Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. When my father passed away, the only thing I really inherited was confusion. He hadn't spoken to me much in his final years. The will left the house to me, along with the remaining funds from a modest trust, but everything else was wrapped in a mess of legal jargon. I was 17 when he died, still a minor, and apparently in need of a guardian. That's when Ellen stepped in. She introduced herself at the lawyer's office like we were old acquaintances, tall, with sharp features and a confident tone. She claimed she'd been a friend of my father's, said she was a licensed social worker who'd worked with him during his illness. According to her, Dad had asked her to watch over me if anything happened. She even had the documents to prove it. Signed and notarized papers establishing her as my legal guardian until I turned 18. I should have asked more questions. I should have noticed the way the lawyer's eyes tightened when she spoke, or how Ellen avoided details about her connection to my father. But grief fogs the mind. I was just trying to hold myself together. The first month was uneventful. Ellen moved into the house to help me adjust, as she put it. She redecorated the guest room and installed her own computer setup, claiming she'd be working remotely to stay close. I went to school, came home, and tried not to think too hard about the strangeness of it all. But little things began piling up. The pantry was stocked with food I never ate. Ellen took phone calls late at night in hushed voices. She began receiving mail addressed to someone named Elizabeth Dorn, which she dismissed as a clerical error. She kept a tight hold on the mail after that, taking it straight from the mailbox before I could see it. Then came the changes to the bank accounts. I overheard her on the phone one afternoon, talking to someone about accessing the funds before the window closes. When I asked what she meant, she gave me a polished smile and said it was nothing I needed to worry about. The next week, I found out from the estate manager that large transfers had been made out of the trust. When I confronted Ellen, she told me it was for necessary upkeep on the house, plumbing, roof repairs, even a landscaping crew I never saw. Around that time, a man from the county's Adult Protective Services office showed up unannounced. He asked if everything was okay at home, whether Ellen was treating me well, whether I felt safe. She smiled the entire time, her hand resting lightly on my shoulder like we were family. I told the investigator I was fine, because at that moment, I didn't know what else to say. But something about that visit shook her. That night, she installed a new security system. I thought it was just more cameras outside. I was wrong. About 2 weeks later, I found the first one tucked behind a stack of books in my room. A small black lens facing my bed. I froze. My throat went dry. The camera was wired, running behind the wall outlet. I traced it to the basement, where it fed into a small recording unit hidden behind some old boxes. I didn't say a word. Not then. Instead, I went to the school counselor and asked if I could speak to someone about legal emancipation. That flagged something. Within days, a quiet investigation began. This time from the district attorney's office. They didn't make a scene. They didn't warn her. Instead, they let her hang herself. They used the cameras she'd planted. Not just in my room, there were more in the living room, the hallway, even the bathroom. A quiet warrant was issued, and a tech team retrieved the footage without her knowing. That was how they got the real evidence. Turns out, Ellen wasn't a social worker. Her license had been revoked 3 years prior for misconduct. The person she claimed to be, Elizabeth Dorn, had died the year before my father. She'd assumed the identity through a mixture of forged credentials and the exploitation of outdated state records. But that wasn't even the worst part. The financial records revealed she'd been draining the estate for months before my father passed. Using knowledge she gained while helping him as he got sicker, she positioned herself as his caretaker and inserted herself into his affairs. She filed documents claiming he'd named her as a guardian for his minor son, me. even though no such conversation had ever happened. The signature on the guardianship papers, forged. The notary, a real person, but long dead, his stamp stolen and reused. She thought she could ride out the remaining months until I turned 18, take what she could and vanish. What she didn't count on was the surveillance working both ways. After her arrest, I testified in court. The footage showed her speaking to someone on the phone about liquidating the assets and making sure the boy stays quiet. They played the part where she checked the camera in my room, rewound it, and made sure it was still recording. That was when the jury turned. The house was sealed for months during the investigation. When I was finally allowed back in, I found little notes she'd left behind. Lists of passwords, bank account numbers, a journal with timelines of how long she believed it would take to clear the estate and disappear. I burned the journal in the backyard. Sometimes I still wake up thinking I hear the whir of a camera lens adjusting, the little red light blinking in the dark. But the house is quiet now. No more shadows behind walls. No more forged guardians or stolen lives. Just me, and what's left of the trust that was supposed to protect my future. It was just after 2 a.m. when I got the call. I'd left my sister's house around midnight, routine Sunday visit. Roast chicken, reruns of old sitcoms. She liked structure, and I liked the quiet it brought. We were close like that. I didn't pick up the phone right away. It was from her number, but I figured she'd forgotten something, or wanted to check if I made it home. When I called back 3 minutes later, there was no answer, not even a ring, just a blunt tone. I remember thinking the line sounded strange, like it had been physically disconnected. By 6 a.m., I was on the bridge. Her SUV was there, parked at an angle that forced you to notice it. Engine running, headlights piercing the fog like searchlights, driver's side door half open, keys still in the ignition. No sign of her. No purse, no phone, no coat. The tide was out, revealing slick patches of seaweed clinging to the pylons below. The railing wasn't damaged. No tire marks. Just her vehicle, humming like it expected her to return any second. Police treated it like a missing persons case at first. Search boats dragged the water from both ends of the bridge. Divers combed through silt and tangled kelp. Helicopters buzzed overhead, useless in the thick cloud cover. Volunteers trudged through the wooded area that bordered her neighborhood. Marshy and quiet, the kind of place where sound gets swallowed. I joined them, of course. I was there every day for the first week. Her husband Martin wasn't. He gave interviews, sure, appeared on local news with red-rimmed eyes and hands clasped tight, but I didn't see him in the mud or under the trees. Not once. The turning point came when they finally entered the house. It took longer than you'd expect. Martin had been cooperative but slow, said he needed time, that it was still his home. When they did go in, it didn't make the evening news, but I heard from someone on the scene. There was blood, not a pool of it, more like smears. On the baseboards, the door frame, and the kitchen counter. A broken coffee mug in the sink. A chair turned over. Her phone was wedged behind the fridge. Screen shattered, as if it had been thrown or stomped on. No signs of forced entry. No broken windows. The front door had been locked. The theory, if you want to call it that, was that she'd left the house voluntarily, gotten into her car, driven onto the bridge, and then what? Walked off the edge, met someone, disappeared into the water. There was no sign of a jump, no clothing left behind, no notes, no calls, no signs of planning. Her bank account hadn't been touched. No flights, no rentals, nothing that pointed to a life on the run. But then there was that house, that quiet kitchen with the broken mug and the blood, and Martin's calm, measured statements to the press. I stopped going to the search sites after the second week. The volunteers dwindled to a trickle. The case moved into the ongoing category. Investigators still following leads, but less and less visibly. Martin put the house on the market in October. Moved out by November. Last I heard, he'd gone to Florida. No charges were filed. No body was ever found. Just a bridge, a vehicle, and the heavy quiet of questions that don't get answers. Sometimes I drive out to the bridge late at night. I don't park where she did. I can't. It feels wrong. but I watch the water. I think about that moment she called me, how close I came to answering, how maybe it would have changed something. Or maybe not. Maybe it was already too late by then. All I know is she never came home. It was just after midnight when I heard the first thud, not loud, just enough to make me open my eyes. I was 7 at the time, small enough that the edges of my bed still felt like cliffs. The nightlight in the hallway gave off a sickly yellow glow. It cast long shadows under the door, but that wasn't what made me sit up. It was the way the sound didn't stop. Thud, thump, a muffled crash. I'd fallen asleep with my socks on, so I slid across the carpet and cracked the door open. The living room light was on, spilling across the floor like a crime scene photo. I remember that thought even then before I understood what it meant. Something about how the room looked frozen in a moment. It shouldn't have been. My parents were in the kitchen. My mom was backed against the fridge. My dad had his hand raised, his voice rising and falling in sharp bursts. I couldn't make out the words. It didn't matter. His face said enough. There was something in his eyes I'd never seen before. Not just anger. Something past that. Something determined. I didn't make a sound. I watched from behind the hallway wall as he stepped forward and shoved her. Her head hit the cabinet. A short, awful crack. She slumped. He just stood there, breathing like he'd run a mile. Then he dropped to one knee and started whispering to himself, fast and shaking. I didn't know it then, but I'd find the books later, spread out on the basement table, highlighted and underlined like he was studying for an exam. Forensic investigation techniques, post-mortem interval calculations, staging crime scenes a practical approach. He carried her body out of the kitchen like someone moving furniture. No ceremony, no panic. I watched from the top of the stairs as he opened the garage door. The overhead light clicked on and showed the trunk already open. I didn't cry. Not then. I don't think I understood what I was seeing. I just crouched there until I heard the car back out. The sound of the engine swallowed by the night. It wasn't until the silence came back that I started shaking. I stayed hidden until morning. When the sun rose, I went into the kitchen. The floor was clean. Too clean. There was a faint smell of bleach. The sponge was still damp in the sink. He came home 2 hours later, his face tight and pale. Clothes changed. He walked in and kissed the top of my head like nothing had happened. She had an early shift, he said. Didn't want to wake you. That whole day. He kept checking his phone, jumping at the buzz. He never looked at me for more than a second. That night, he tucked me in, told me Mom was working late. I didn't say anything. I just stared at the ceiling. It took 3 days for anyone to ask questions. Her coworkers thought she was sick. Then they called the house. He told them she'd gone out of town. A funeral, he said. Family stuff. He didn't know when she'd be back. On the 4th day, I snuck into the basement. That's when I found the books. A dozen of them. Some open with notes in the margins. Pages on how to simulate routine behaviors. How to create misleading time of death windows. There were printouts from Google Maps. Routes traced in red ink. One matched my mom's usual drive to work. I followed the lines with my finger, right up to where it dead-ended in the woods outside town. The police came 2 days after that. Someone had found her car, parked just off the service road. Locked, purse on the passenger seat, keys still in the ignition. It looked like she'd just vanished, but she wasn't in the car. He kept his story straight. Said she left that morning like usual. Said she must have run off. Said they'd been fine. But they hadn't. What he didn't know, what gave him away, was that her phone had never left the house. It pinged off the home router for hours after he said she left. And his phone told the truth he didn't want to. GPS data showed him driving her exact route at 3:40 a.m., the day she disappeared, a time she never would have left for work. The officers asked questions. They checked the logs. They found traces in the garage. Minute amounts of blood under the trunk lining. Enough to get a match. Enough to make them look closer. I told them what I saw. Eventually. Not right away. I waited until I saw the fear in his eyes when they came back a second time. That's when I knew it was okay to speak. They arrested him that night. He never confessed. Still hasn't, says I imagined it, says I'm too young to remember right, but I do. I remember the sound her head made against the cabinet. I remember the way he whispered to himself in the kitchen, like he was rehearsing. I remember how the bleach smelled too sharp, how the trunk shut with a heavy, hollow sound. They never found her body, but they didn't need to. Sometimes I still wake up at night thinking I hear that first thud again, just loud enough to pull me out of sleep, just soft enough to feel like it's still happening somewhere, looping back on itself, a sound I can't unhear. The envelope had been sitting on my desk for 3 days before I opened it. Tan, unmarked, except for my name and the seal of the bureau. I'd been pulled onto dozens of cold cases before, but this one felt different. The evidence inside dated back to 1989, over 3 decades old. A partial DNA sample recovered from the upholstery of a Chevy Caprice Classic. Blood, most likely. The case file said a young woman had been found dead in an alley off Kramer Street, strangled, her face beaten beyond recognition. No witnesses, no suspects. The case had gone dormant in '93. Now forensic genetic genealogy was giving it one last breath. I remember pulling the case folder open and getting hit with the smell of aged paper that had absorbed too many years of dust and air conditioning. The victim's name was Natalie Harmon, 23 years old, waitress at a downtown diner. The crime scene photos were black and white, grainy. Her hands were curled into claws, frozen that way. No sign of a struggle at her apartment, just her purse left on the bed. She never made it home. The car was the key. Back in '89, a witness claimed they saw a dark-colored sedan idling near the alley around the estimated time of death, but without plates or a clearer description. It didn't go anywhere. That Chevy, its make and model confirmed later from tire impressions left in a muddy patch, vanished, until 3 years ago when it was seized in a drug bust in Michigan. It had gone through multiple hands, sold 3 times under the radar, but the frame number led to a name, Kenneth Royce, registered in his name from Teen 7 to 90. When the lab retested the blood sample found beneath the back seat cushion, exposed only because a rodent chewed through the foam, it came back with enough markers to make a genealogical match, not to Kenneth directly, to his second cousin. We built the tree from there. I was assigned to make the final contact, confirm whether the sample from our scene matched Royce's known DNA. He had a minor record, DUI in '94, domestic disturbance in '01, nothing since. He lived in Dayton now, worked nights in a machine shop, quiet guy, no social media, no family left except a niece he rarely spoke to. When we knocked on his door with the warrant, he answered in slippers, didn't even ask why we were there. Inside, the place was stale and silent, blinds shut tight even at noon. I remember how he sat down in the recliner without being told. His arms rested on the vinyl like he'd already accepted something. "We found your car," I told him. He didn't flinch. I went on, told him about the DNA, the sample from the seat, told him about Natalie Harmon. He didn't ask who she was. He just stared past me at a water stain on the ceiling. We swabbed his cheek and left. I think we both knew what the results would say. The lab confirmed it 2 days later. His blood was on that seat. His skin cells were found on the strap of her purse, preserved in evidence all these years. And the kicker, his fingerprints had never been taken in '89, but a partial print on her shoe matched a record taken after his '94 DUI. We arrested him in the parking lot of the machine shop. He didn't say a word. Not to me, not to the other officers. He just held out his wrists. The trial took 6 months. Old witnesses were flown in, people who hadn't thought about Natalie in 30 years. One man cried on the stand, said she used to sing while pouring coffee, said she gave him a peppermint on Christmas Eve. Royce didn't testify. His lawyer argued contamination, bad memory, statute questions, but the evidence held. The jury took less than 2 hours. Guilty. I watched him being led away in cuffs, and I thought about that Chevy, how it sat in impound for years, rusting under a tarp, hiding answers no one knew were there. I thought about how the world had changed while that evidence sat in a box. waiting for technology to catch up. Natalie Harmon's sister was in the courtroom that day. She hugged me afterward, didn't say anything, just held on. I didn't know what to say back. Some nights I go back to that file. Not often. Just when the new ones feel too heavy. I look at her photo. The one taken at her birthday party, weeks before she died. She's laughing, holding a sparkler, wearing a paper crown. We caught a ghost because someone saved a seat cushion, because someone marked a sample, because a car sat still long enough to tell the truth. That's all it ever is, really. Time, and someone willing to listen. It started with a report of a clog. I'd been called in by the city to consult on a peculiar case, one that had crossed over from infrastructure into criminal investigation. Municipal workers were doing routine maintenance in the east side drainage system, not far from where I used to live. What they found wasn't a typical blockage of debris or overgrowth. A mass in one of the older concrete runoff tunnels had backed up water to dangerous levels, threatening street-level flooding. When they went in with the hydrojet and it didn't budge, they sent in a man with a camera snake. That's when things got strange. The footage wasn't broadcast quality, but it was clear enough to make out what stopped the line. Part of a human leg, bloated and wedged between rusted rebar and concrete spall. They called it in. I was looped in because of my past work with the city on a similar infrastructure failure turned crime scene case 2 years prior. Most of the time it was rats, junk, or a collapsed tunnel. This time it was human remains. The first time I stepped down into that tunnel, the smell hit me like a physical force, not just rot. It was the heavy, saturated stink of something that had been trapped without air or light for a long time. The municipal crew had drained what water they could, leaving behind a wet floor of silt and dark slime. A police barrier had gone up by then, and the medical examiner's van sat idle at the mouth of the access corridor. We extracted the remains slowly, piece by piece. It wasn't a whole body. Limbs, yes, most of them. A partial torso. No skull, at least not down there. What we did find was enough for a full DNA workup, and within 48 hours we had a name. Martin Keel, 32, reported missing just over 9 months earlier. No known enemies, no priors. Worked construction, paid his taxes, and one day never came home. That should have been the end of it. Case closed on a missing person. But then the forensic report came back. Keel hadn't died in that tunnel. Not even close. The decomp rate didn't match the conditions. He'd been stored somewhere else for weeks, maybe months, before ending up in the drain. The ligature marks on what was left of his neck, the deep bruising on his arms, suggested he'd been restrained, and whoever moved him had tried hard not to leave a trail. No tool marks, no plastic wrap, just water damage and the city's own decay, helping to erase what little evidence there was. I pulled his file and focused on the last known location, his own home, a modest single-story house out past Route 18. A neighbor had reported his disappearance after noticing mail piling up and lights left on at odd hours. The initial search had turned up nothing, no sign of forced entry, no sign of struggle, but there was something odd in the report I hadn't noticed before. The house had a subfloor crawl space, but it hadn't been inspected. Apparently it was too narrow for safe entry at the time, and since there was no smell, no signs of life, they passed it over. That detail nagged at me. A dry, sealed space beneath the house, ideal for temporary concealment, especially if you weren't expecting to keep the body there long. I pulled strings and got the warrant. The crawl space was tight. I had to go in myself with a low-profile camera. At first, nothing but dust and old insulation, but toward the center, under the living room, an area directly beneath where the coffee table would have sat, I found something else, a patch of dirt that had been dug up and filled back in. The soil was different, looser. When we excavated, we found remnants of plastic sheeting. Trace amounts of blood still remained on a shard of vinyl siding, buried with it. Forensics matched it to Keel. Someone had kept him here, possibly killed him here, and then moved him when the body began to decompose. That part of the puzzle was slowly clicking into place. Keel's roommate, Brent, a quiet, forgettable guy in his early 40s, had moved out 3 months after the disappearance. Said he couldn't afford the place on his own. He'd helped with the initial missing persons case, passed a polygraph, nothing stood out. But when I pulled his employment records, I noticed he'd once worked for the city's public works department, drainage division, terminated for poor performance and absence. Nothing violent, nothing dramatic. Still, it meant he had detailed knowledge of the tunnels. And it raised a question. Why hadn't anyone noticed him disposing of a body in the system? The answer came when we reviewed surveillance footage from the storm runoff maintenance yard. Archive footage showed Brent's car pulling in late one evening 2 weeks after Keel's disappearance. He still had his access card at the time. He stayed for just under 15 minutes. The next day, that section of tunnel started backing up. The connection was circumstantial but strong enough to bring him in for questioning. We didn't get a confession. Brent was cagey, insisted he hadn't seen Keel the night he vanished. But his story about what he did after hours at the maintenance yard didn't hold water, literally. He said he was there to drop off old tools he'd borrowed, but nothing was logged and no tools were ever found. Without a confession, all we had was circumstantial. The DA wanted more. So I went back to the house, this time looking for anything Brent might have left behind. It was in the attic that I found the final piece. Tucked behind a panel of fiberglass insulation was a set of clothes. Brent's size, stained and sealed in a contractor bag. The blood was Keel's. The fibers matched the plastic from the crawl space, and under the fingernails of the shirt, embedded in the fabric, were skin cells that matched Brent himself. That sealed it. When the warrant came through, we picked him up again. Still no confession, but this time we didn't need one. He was charged with murder, unlawful disposal of human remains, and obstruction. The trial's still ongoing, but the evidence is solid. What sticks with me isn't just the crime, it's where the body was found. A tunnel beneath our feet, part of a system no one thinks about until it fails. The city lives and breathes above it, never suspecting what might be down there. Koo's killer thought it was the perfect hiding place, forgotten, wet, and hard to access. But infrastructure doesn't forget. It clogs, it leaks, it forces our attention back underground. That's the thing about trying to bury a secret in the bones of a city. Eventually the city spits it back up. It started with a glance, or maybe it was longer than that, I don't know anymore. I was on the 9:18 p.m. train back from work, same route as always. My apartment's a 15-minute walk from the station, just past the corner bodega, and a little laundromat that's always half lit no matter the time. That night felt colder than usual, not freezing, but the kind of cold that wraps itself around you when you're tired and just want to get home. I remember thinking about leftovers and whether the heating would kick in on time. Nothing strange, not yet. I noticed him just before I got off the train. He was sitting on the other end of the car, staring through the glass. His head turned slightly when I stood, and I caught his reflection in the window, a blur of a face, not enough to describe, just enough to recognize later. At the time, I didn't think anything of it. People stare all the time. I swiped out of the turnstile and started my walk like always, earphones in, bag clutched under my arm. The streets weren't empty, but they were quiet, just the occasional car. I crossed the avenue near the shuttered pharmacy and passed that mural of the astronaut on the side of the dry cleaners. That's when I saw him again, just a figure in the distance, behind me. I didn't panic. It's a city. People walk in the same direction all the time, but something about his pace, slightly too matched with mine, got under my skin. I slowed down near the bodega. He slowed too. I turned to pretend to look at my phone screen, and he stopped walking. No pretense of distraction. He just stood there. My stomach knotted. I turned right on Amherst, taking the longer way around just to test it. He followed. Not rushed, not subtle, just there. I ducked into the laundromat and stood near the vending machine. He passed without looking in. I waited, counted a minute or two, then doubled back, taking a side alley to avoid the main drag. I didn't see him again before I reached my building. My apartment's on the second floor of a converted house. The front door sticks if you don't lift the handle just right. I made it in, bolted it behind me, climbed the stairs, and locked my unit. Only then did I start to relax, telling myself I was being paranoid. Still, I checked every window. The bathroom one was cracked for ventilation, but the screen was still in. I closed it anyway. I double-checked the front lock, turned on the living room lamp, and collapsed onto the couch. I ate dinner standing up, microwaving the last of the curry. Around midnight, I dozed off on the couch with the TV humming. I must have been dreaming because I thought I heard a creak. Not loud, just one of those subtle floorboard sounds like weight shifting. I sat up. Everything was still. Too still. The kind of silence that doesn't match the quiet you expect. The TV had shut off on its timer. My mouth felt dry. Then I saw it. The faintest imprint, mud, or maybe just grime from the outside on the hardwood by the hallway. It didn't match my shoes. I hadn't been out since I came home. I froze. There was a faint, cool breeze coming from the bathroom. I had closed that window, I was sure of it. I didn't have a weapon. I picked up the heaviest thing I could reach, the ceramic lamp, and moved toward the hall. I didn't call out, I just listened. One step at a time, I crept past the bedroom, eyes darting toward the open door. Nothing. I turned into the bathroom slowly. The window was open again. Screen popped out and leaning against the tub. There was a scuffed boot print on the sill. I backed out fast and ran for the door. The main lock was still bolted. No sound behind me. I opened the door and pounded on my upstairs neighbor's unit. He answered half asleep, but his face changed when he saw mine. I didn't explain much, just asked to stay a few minutes. He let me in and offered me water. I sat on his couch shaking. Police came after he called. They swept the unit. Nothing was stolen. No one was found. But they took photos of the print in the bathroom, the floor smudge, the window screen. They told me I'd done the right thing by leaving. They also said the window latch was worn, easy to pry. It didn't take much. Days passed. I stayed with a friend. I couldn't sleep in that apartment anymore. 2 weeks later, they called me in. Forensics had pulled a partial tread pattern from the sill. Distinctive sole, rare design. A match came back from a prior burglary attempt 2 towns over. Same MO suspect picked people who lived alone. Waited until they were back from work. Followed them. Got in through unsecured points. Always left by the time anyone knew. They caught him eventually on a separate charge. They linked him back through that boot print in my bathroom. That's how they knew it was real. That he'd actually been there watching me from the shadows of my own home. I moved out before the month was over. New place. 3rd floor. Double locks. Reinforced windows. But some nights I still wake up thinking I hear the creak of floorboards and feel a breeze on my skin that wasn't there before. I woke up to the ringtone I'd assigned to emergency calls. 3 sharp bursts. It was still dark. My phone lit up the ceiling with that pale, trembling blue. I answered before the second ring finished. It was my sister Leah. Her voice cracked immediately. She said she was hiding in the bathroom at our parents' house. Said our brother Caleb had snapped. That he'd been screaming nonsense all night. That he'd threatened Dad with a chisel. And that she couldn't wake Mom. Said she was scared he might hurt her too. My heart had already started that uneven gallop. Half adrenaline, half disbelief. Caleb had been living with our parents since last fall, after a string of job losses and a rough patch with his meds. He'd been diagnosed years ago with something I could never pronounce. Some mix of paranoia and mood disorder. He'd had episodes, sure, bad ones, but violent? Never. Leah begged me to come. She said she didn't feel safe waiting for the cops. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "There's blood, Aaron. I think he did something to them." I told her I was on my way. It was just past 5 when I turned off the main road onto the gravel lane that led to the house. No lights were on inside. The trees were bare and brittle from the freeze, and the cold made every movement feel louder than it should be. The front door was ajar. Not wide, but just enough to catch the light from my headlights. I called out, first quietly, then louder. Stepping through into the foyer, the smell hit immediately. Not metallic like you'd expect. More like damp earth and something sour. Something wrong. Leah met me in the hallway. She looked pale and shaky, her clothes twisted like she'd dressed in a hurry. She didn't say much, just pointed upstairs and said she hadn't been able to go past the landing. I climbed alone. Each step forward felt like it pulled against something deep in my gut, like gravity was off. At the top of the stairs, I saw the first smear, a faint arc of something dark across the wall near the light switch. Further down, near the bedroom doors, it thickened. Dad was in their room. On his side of the bed, half covered by the blanket, the top of his head looked wrong, flattened or caved in, like it had been struck with something heavy and precise. Not a gun, not a bat, something narrower. Mom lay beside him, still tucked in, but her jaw hung loose, and there was no movement in her chest. I didn't touch anything. I backed out, trying to keep my steps light even though I knew it didn't matter anymore. I found Caleb's room next, empty. The window was open, frost coating the sill. His shoes were still by the bed. No sign of a struggle, just an empty bed, made too neatly. I turned to Leah. She was standing halfway up the stairs now, one hand gripping the banister. I asked if she'd seen him leave. She shook her head. He was here when I locked myself in the bathroom. I heard him yelling for a while. Then it went quiet. We waited for the police on the porch, wrapped in blankets from the hall closet. She kept rubbing her arms. I kept watching the trees, half expecting Caleb to come stumbling out from them, barefoot and confused. The police arrived just after dawn. One of them, a local deputy I vaguely recognized, ushered us into his cruiser while the others went inside. An ambulance came too, but left without sirens. By mid-morning, I was sitting in a small room at the station, giving my statement. They told me they'd found a tool in the garage, a long, slender chisel with a weighted handle. Cleaned, but not well enough. Traces of blood and hair. I said nothing for a long while. They asked about Caleb, about his past, his meds. I told them the truth, that he'd struggled, that he'd had episodes, that he'd sometimes gotten confused, but never violent, never this. Later that afternoon, they found him, or rather, they found his body, a mile down the road, slumped at the base of a ravine behind the old Miller property. His neck was broken. They thought he'd fallen or jumped. They didn't say which. They ruled it a murder-suicide. The narrative came together easily. Caleb, in a state of psychosis, killed our parents with a tool from Dad's workshop. Leah caught him, locked herself in the bathroom. He fled, then either fell or ended his life. I tried to believe it. God knows it was easier. But then things didn't sit right. I started noticing them in the days that followed. As we prepared for the funeral, Leah insisted on handling the arrangements. She even moved into the house for a while to sort through Mom's things. She didn't seem shaken. Not really. I chalked it up to shock, or the way some people cope. Detached, methodical. But there were moments, little slips, like how she remembered details I hadn't told her, or how she mentioned Dad arguing with her about the estate just a few weeks prior. A conversation she hadn't brought up the morning of the murders. Then there was the inheritance. We weren't rich, but the house and land were worth more than I thought. A sizable amount, divided 3 ways, or 2 now. I asked her once if she really thought Caleb was capable of it. She paused, then said something I'll never forget. He wasn't before, but lately he'd been slipping. He talked to himself a lot, thought people were spying on him. It sounded rehearsed. I went back to the house alone one evening, needing closure. The police had finished their investigation. Everything was returned to normal, or what passed for it. In the garage, I noticed something odd. The tool bench had been rearranged. The chisels were lined up in a neat row, except for one slot near the end, which was empty. I looked closer. The dust pattern was off, like something had been removed, used, and replaced after a while. Just not perfectly, but the chisel they found hadn't been in the house. It had been left in the woodshed behind a pile of boards. Why put it there? Why not throw it away? Unless someone wanted it found, wanted it to look like a hasty attempt to hide it. But not too well. I didn't say anything. Not then. Not when Leah sold the house and moved to Arizona. Not when the case quietly closed. But I think about it. The way her voice trembled that morning, but never broke. The way she made sure to mention Caleb's condition, his episodes, before I'd seen anything for myself. and the fact that she never once cried for either of them. I tell myself I don't know for sure, that maybe it really happened the way they said, but when I close my eyes, I see the scene again, the careful precision, the way both our parents lay so still, and how calm Leah looked standing on the stairs, framed by the pale light from the window. The first time I tasted the pill, it was in a glass of lukewarm cocoa. I was 9. We were watching an old sitcom, the kind with canned laughter that made my skin crawl even then. My guardian, whom I was legally bound to call Uncle Ray, had been pacing all evening, checking the blinds, fiddling with the locks. Then, without warning, he handed me the mug. He told me to drink up quick before it cooled too much. I remember the sweetness coating my tongue, then the slow, syrupy fade of the world. The next morning, I woke up in bed. Not the couch where I'd last been. Not the recliner I usually passed out in during those endless TV marathons. My sheets were tucked tight, like I'd been laid there deliberately. I didn't think much of it. At that age, you don't piece together patterns. You just float through them. Years passed like that, sluggish and oddly stitched together. Nights of warmth and odd tastes. Then yawning mornings filled with vague dreams and raised persistent gentle questions. How'd you sleep? Any nightmares? Good, good. Now go get dressed. We're late for school. He wasn't a screamer. That was the trick. He didn't throw things or hit. That would have been too obvious. Ray was soft-spoken, all slow smiles and warm meals, but there was something in the way he hovered that made everything feel off-kilter. Too much attention at the wrong times. Too little when I needed it. When I cried, he'd sit with me for hours. When I was sick, he took notes like a nurse. But when I asked about my parents, where they'd gone, why no one ever called, he'd change the subject. His partner Melody showed up when I was 11. She came and went like weather, bright and talkative one day, quiet and edgy the next. She worked nights, or so she said, and had a laugh that never reached her eyes. She and Ray had odd chemistry, no affection, no arguments. They moved around each other like co-workers forced to share a cubicle. Sometimes when she wasn't looking, Ray would study her like he was calculating something. I never heard her raise her voice. Then one spring, she was gone. No goodbye, no bags, no car in the driveway. Just an empty chair and Ray whistling while he cooked. He said she left to sort herself out, that she wasn't healthy, that it was better this way. I nodded. What else could I do? I didn't think about her again until years later, when the police came. It was early evening. I was 15. Microwaving leftovers. I heard the knock, then Ray's voice, calm and neutral. The door opened and something shifted. 2 officers stepped in, one in uniform, one in plain clothes. I couldn't hear everything, just muffled tones until one of them asked, clearly, "Is the child here?" Ray's face didn't change. He called me over like we were heading out to dinner. I walked toward the front room, cold sweat under my arms, spoon still in my hand. The plainclothes officer looked at me like she already knew me. She didn't smile. What followed was a blur of car rides, interviews, and fluorescent-lit rooms. They fed me McDonald's and asked questions gently, like trying not to spook a wild animal. I kept waiting for them to say it was a mistake, that Ray would show up any minute, confused and hurt, but he didn't. Instead, I ended up in a beige foster home, the kind that smelled like mop water and old pizza. The couple there, Carol and Dean, gave me space. They didn't push, not at first, but the questions came eventually. Did Ray ever hurt me? Did I remember Melody? Did I ever wake up feeling sick? I said no, mostly, not because I was hiding anything, but because I genuinely didn't know what they meant. It wasn't until a week later, when I was folding laundry, that the memories started to come in flashes. Not scenes, exactly. More like the way a room smells after someone leaves, lingering things, like the time I woke up on the bathroom floor with my mouth dry and a bruise on my thigh I couldn't explain, or the times I found little bits of broken plastic in the trash, syringe caps. Though I didn't know that then, or the one time I saw Ray in the hallway at night, his hands shaking, eyes bloodshot, whispering to himself. The final piece fell into place when they showed me a photo of Melody. She looked older in the picture, thinner, But it was her, the woman who had vanished. She's in recovery, the officer said. She came forward after we contacted her. She remembered something she thought might be useful. Turned out Ray had been drugging her too. Different drugs for different reasons. But the goal was the same. Control. He wanted her out cold on certain nights. Ones where he had business, as he put it. For years, she'd thought it was just her insomnia meds interacting wrong with alcohol. She'd black out, wake up in bed, forget. Until one night, months before their breakup, she faked taking the pill, pretended to drink the cocoa, then waited. Ray left the house around midnight, dressed in all black, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. She followed, staying far enough back to avoid being seen. What she found, or rather what she heard, was enough to make her leave the next day and never come back. She never reported him, said she was scared, said she didn't think anyone would believe her. But when the police reached out after someone filed a tip about a missing person tied to Ray's name, she cracked. She told them everything, that she'd been drugged, that Ray kept a locked box in the attic, that he used her for cover when he needed to disappear. The forensics team found the box, hidden behind insulation. Inside were USB drives, old phones, clippings from newspapers, even hair braided and bound with red thread. And in the laundry room beneath the washer, they found the pills, crushed and mixed into cocoa powder. A forensic tech said they almost missed it, that it looked like old dust until they tested it. Ray's arrest made local news for a day. Guardian arrested in coercion case, the headline read. But there were no lurid details, no mugshots, just a bland photo of the house and a promise that the minor is now safe. It took me another 6 months to speak up, not because I was afraid, but because I didn't know what to say. How do you explain that your memories don't feel like your own, that your whole life feels secondhand? When I finally told Carol, I expected disbelief. Instead, she held my hand, let me talk. Piece by piece it came out. The cocoa, the weird bruises, the gaps in time, and the way Ray always asked if I'd had bad dreams, like he was keeping track of something. They documented everything. A caseworker helped me write it all down, in my own words. The district attorney read it twice. Then the charges piled on, not just for what he did to me, but to Melody, and to at least one other woman, never identified, but whose belongings were found in that box. I don't know where Ray is now. Prison, probably. Or awaiting trial in some holding facility. Doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm out. That I remember. That the fog is lifting, even if slowly. Sometimes I still wake up with a bitter taste in my mouth. Phantom cocoa and that metallic tang of fear. But then I hear birds outside, and I know I'm not there anymore. Not in that house. Not under his thumb. Not in the dream he tried to keep me trapped inside. It started with a smell. Not the kind that hits you in passing and fades, but something that settles into the back of your throat and doesn't let go. Like wet earth and something rotting sweet beneath it. I first noticed it coming in from the stairwell, near the third-floor landing of our building. We live in a block of old red brick apartments just off Montrose Avenue, packed in wall-to-wall, window-to-window, like a honeycomb of people who mostly keep to themselves. No one talks unless they have to. We nod sometimes, that's about it. The woman in 3B, though, I noticed her absence. She used to water a row of succulents on her window ledge every other night, like clockwork. I'd see her arms stretch out from the blinds, watering can in hand, even in winter. Then, maybe around the end of October, she stopped. At first I thought she might have gone on vacation, but the plants began to shrivel, and then that smell crept in. The hallway lights were always dim, motion sensors that clicked on too late, casting a sickly yellow flicker over the green linoleum floors. That night, coming up from my night shift at the warehouse, I passed her door and froze. It wasn't just the smell. There was a noise, faint like something ticking or shifting, as if something behind that door hadn't quite stopped moving. I didn't tell anyone. Not yet. I'd seen her once or twice. Quiet, kept to herself, always in the same faded gray hoodie. She didn't answer when I tried to say hello once. just blinked, nodded, and disappeared inside. A week later, someone left a note on the building's entrance door, complaining about the odor. I saw the super read it, sniffed the air, shrugged. That was it. The following Friday, I was coming home just after 1 a.m. and found the police there, 2 patrol cars. I hovered in the stairwell pretending to check my phone as they talked to the super. They weren't loud, but I could hear enough. Someone from 3C, an older woman, had finally called it in. Said she'd been hearing something for weeks. Muffled thuds. A woman's voice crying out once. But she didn't want to make trouble. Said it sounded like someone having a bad night. Maybe drunk. Maybe just lonely. The cops knocked. No answer, the door wasn't even locked. The building went quiet. I stayed up, watching from behind my blinds. Saw them carry something down, wrapped in black plastic like it didn't weigh anything at all. It wasn't until the next day that we got the real details. The body had been found curled behind the wall in the back of the closet. Someone had pushed aside a panel and stuffed her in a space barely big enough to fit a suitcase. The body had decomposed so far that the skin had sloughed off in places. Clothing melded to the remains. No one knew how long she'd been in there, or at least no one said they knew. I kept to myself for the next few days. Then the detective started knocking on doors, asking questions. Did we see anything strange? Hear anything unusual? I told them the truth about the smell, about the noise. One of them wrote it down without looking at me. The other just nodded, his eyes already moving to the next apartment. Later that week, I caught pieces of conversation through thin walls and cracked doors. Apparently the guy in 3D, Dan or Dave or something, I never knew, had made some strange purchases in the weeks leading up to it. Heavy-duty tarp, industrial gloves, a small handcart. No one thought much of it at the time. He said he was moving some furniture. He always had excuses, but he was gone now. Vanished. Left 2 days before the cops arrived. No forwarding address, just cleared out. The woman in 3B's name was Lisa. The medical examiner's report never made the news. But the rumors trickled down. Advanced decomposition, signs of blunt force trauma, no defensive wounds. She may have been unconscious before she died. No one could say exactly when it happened, only that by the time anyone acted, it was too late. The woman in 3C kept saying over and over that she thought someone else would call, that maybe it was none of her business, that these things don't happen in real life. Not in places like this, but they do. They did. Her apartment sat empty for months afterward. The landlord tried to paint over the smell, to scrub it out with bleach and repaint the walls. But it lingered. People said it had seeped into the wood. Late at night, I sometimes still pass her door and pause. The hallway's always quiet now. Too quiet. And the plants on the windowsill. The new tenant tossed them out the day he moved in. Said they were already dead. The first message came in at 8:12 p.m., right after I finished logging evidence from a separate missing persons case. It was from Amanda Grayson's phone, just a quick text to her roommate. Running late, be home soon. Nothing unusual, except for one thing. Amanda had been reported missing 2 days earlier. We'd been circling her disappearance since Monday. A junior at the university, no known history of running off. A tight social group, steady part-time job. She vanished on a walk home from class. Her phone last pinging near Jefferson Park at dusk. That same night, her roommate noticed she never came through the door. 24 hours later, her parents filed the report. Normally a late text would seem like hope, but I had seen this pattern before. I specialize in digital forensics and behavioral profiling for missing persons. When someone vanishes and their device suddenly reactivates, it's rarely the person themselves typing. I had our tech team run an immediate trace on the message. It came from Amanda's actual SIM. Same carrier, same encryption. Nothing spoofed. The signal bounced off a tower not far from the original disappearance site, just north of Jefferson Park, but the device had been offline for nearly 40 hours before that message came through. That's what caught my attention. We pulled public surveillance from that sector for a 2-hour window around the message. There wasn't much, just 2 mounted cameras covering the park's south entrance and a newer one aimed at the jogging path. Reviewing the footage, I spotted something that hit like a gut punch. At exactly 8:09 p.m., 3 minutes before the text was sent, a figure walked into frame on the north side. Hood up, jeans, backpack slung low. Hard to make out facial features, but the stride was wrong for Amanda. Heavier, more deliberate. The person moved past the bench where Amanda's signal last pinged 2 nights earlier. Then, for 19 seconds they stopped, pulled something from the backpack and seemed to type. At 8:12, they left frame. The metadata confirmed it. Amanda's phone had geotagged the message from that exact spot. It wasn't her. It was someone using her device, probably trying to make it look like she was still alive and moving around. That deception backfired. I filed an immediate request for a high-resolution forensic breakdown. Meanwhile, I had a second issue to work. Over the last 9 months, there had been 3 other disappearances within 15 miles. Same profile. Young women, early 20s, last seen in or near public parks, always in the evening. Each case stalled after initial searches turned up nothing. No bodies, no suspects, no digital leads. Until now, Amanda's phone became the thread we needed. Using the time-stamped geolocation, we tracked prior signal patterns. That led us to a narrow corridor of shared traffic between the parks. There was only one intersection common to all, a quiet residential block off Langdon Street, 3 blocks from a disused community center. By Thursday evening, I was standing outside a narrow garage attached to a brown 2-story home. It was tucked into the corner lot, windows painted over. The property was registered to a Michael Wren, a name that didn't flag anything violent, but the electricity bill showed heavy evening usage in the garage alone. We secured a warrant by midnight. The interior was worse than I expected. Clinical lighting, rubber floor mats, blackout curtains over a single glass block window, shelves lined with phones, SIM cards, and several plastic bins labeled with dates and initials. In the back corner, a metal table with straps still fastened to the sides, and in the far wall what looked like an old upright freezer, bolted shut. We didn't open it until forensics arrived. By morning, the preliminary analysis already confirmed. The garage held traces of biological material from at least 3 individuals. Blood proteins, partial prints, and epithelial samples, all consistent with Amanda and 2 of the other missing women. DNA confirmation would take longer, but we already knew someone had used this garage as a holding site, possibly longer, probably regularly. Amanda's phone was found beneath a pile of rags near the freezer. It had been wiped, but not well enough. Our techs recovered fragments of draft messages, test runs, like running late, and on my way, timed and retimed as if practicing the exact moment to send the perfect lie. The suspect wasn't there when we arrived, but we had enough to circulate his image from the surveillance pole composite build. Clothing, walk style. That night we hit a break. A traffic cam spotted a man matching the build 20 minutes from the scene, walking along an industrial parkway near the bus station. He was carrying the same type of backpack. Local patrols moved in, but he was gone before they arrived. Over the next week, the lab kept feeding us more. Amanda's fingerprints were on one strap of the table. Another woman's DNA. Likely the second victim was found in the drain filter beneath the garage floor. The working theory became darker with each piece. The suspect had abducted women near predictable locations, used their phones to delay concern, and disposed of their devices after manipulating contact timelines. But Amanda's message was a misstep. A too-soon text from a too-precise location. It pointed the lens right back at him. No bodies have been recovered. Not yet. But when we cross-checked older park surveillance archives, this time from 3 months ago, we caught the same hooded figure, same backpack at a different entrance. 9:41 p.m., just before another woman vanished. Again holding a phone. Again stopping to type. The garage is sealed now, marked for evidence processing. Amanda's parents visit the station once a week. They still ask if we're any closer. I tell them what I can, that the device helped us find the place, that their daughter's final signal pulled a mask off something we hadn't even known was there. I don't tell them about the last message in Amanda's phone drafts, one that never sent. It just said, "Please help me." He said I won't leave here. It was saved at 7:56 p.m., 16 minutes before the fake text went out. I was the last person to see Claire before she vanished. It was a Saturday in early June. Clear skies, high sun. We were part of a local hiking group, nothing formal, just a bunch of us who met every other weekend and picked a new trail to explore. This time it was a series of backcountry paths that wound through old farmland on the edge of town. Most of the land had long been parceled out or abandoned, overgrown with switchgrass and fenced-in remnants of failed corn operations. But the area still drew us in. It felt isolated, almost untouched. We parked along the gravel road that bordered a wide stretch of fallow fields. Claire was in her usual high spirits, teasing me about always being the last to get my boots laced. She'd been wearing this awful neon orange backpack. Bright as a road flare, you could spot it half a mile away. That's why it hit me so hard when I turned around 10 minutes later and couldn't see her at all. We hadn't even made it half a mile in when she slipped away. At first, I thought she doubled back to the cars. Maybe she forgot something, or twisted her ankle and didn't want to bother us. It wasn't until another 20 minutes passed, and no one had seen her, that the tone shifted. We retraced every step, called her name so many times it became meaningless. There was no scream, no signs of struggle, no drag marks, just a long stretch of dirt trail flanked by empty fields and rusted-out silos. The police arrived by evening. By the next morning, volunteers had poured in from all over the county. It became something bigger than just Claire. It became a mission. They set up a base near the edge of the largest agricultural tract in the area, once a working soybean farm, now mostly derelict. The owner of that land was a man named Daryl Knox. Lived alone in a rundown white farmhouse right at the center of it all. He hadn't signed up for anything. No posters, no calls, no updates. When officers knocked on his door the second day of the search, he wouldn't even open it. That raised red flags immediately. Knox refused to let anyone search his property. No aerial drones, no walking teams, no dogs. Said it was private land, and no warrant meant no entry. He didn't want to answer questions, didn't offer to help. He just stood on his porch with his arms folded, watching everyone come and go from the edge of his dirt drive. The weird part was, even though it was his land, he acted like he didn't belong on it, like he didn't trust it. Volunteers mentioned seeing him walking the perimeter at night, flashlight off, just a silhouette against the moonlight. By day 5, the search was losing momentum. People were getting tired. The police said they needed more evidence to pursue a warrant for Knox's property. It felt like a loophole. A girl had vanished 50 yards from his land, and all anyone could do was ask politely. Then came the footage. A local volunteer had flown a drone over a public section of the field adjacent to Knox's property. Technically legal. On the edge of the footage, blurry low-res, was a splash of orange caught in the brush just past the fence. It could have been nothing, could have been a hunting vest or old tarp, but it was enough. The next day, a judge signed the papers. I wasn't supposed to be there when they searched, but I couldn't stay away. The team combed the place in grids, barns, silos, crawl spaces, root cellars. The land was enormous, at least 200 acres, and most of it had been overtaken by tall weeds and cracked irrigation ditches. What struck me wasn't what they found, it was what they didn't. No backpack, no Claire, no footprints, no signs of habitation beyond Knox's own small plot near the house. But there was one thing. In a narrow tract behind the collapsed greenhouse, volunteers came across a concrete pad, square, maybe 10 feet by 10, no structures on it, just sitting there like it had once been a foundation for something. It was perfectly clean. Too clean, the weeds hadn't grown over it like the rest of the property. When questioned, Knox said it had always been there, that he didn't use it, that it was left from before. That's all he would say. No one could find any records of a previous building in that spot. The county had no permits, no aerial photos from previous years showing anything but grass. The search dwindled after that, without Claire, without anything concrete tying Knox to her disappearance. The energy fizzled out. People went back to their lives. Posters curled in the sun and blew down side streets. I kept searching a while longer. Just me and a few others. We returned to that concrete pad again and again. I tried standing on it late one evening, just before dusk. The wind seemed to die the moment I stepped on. I couldn't hear anything. No birds, no crickets, not even the rustle of tall grass. Just an awful silence pressing in. I stood there until the sun dipped below the tray line, and then I left. I haven't been back since. The investigation remains open. Knox never left town, still lives in that house, still keeps to himself. Occasionally, hikers report seeing lights moving through the fields behind his property, far from any known trail. Some claim to hear voices muffled like someone talking through the walls of an empty building. Others say they've seen something that looks like Claire's backpack, just beyond the fence, always moving, always out of reach. I don't know what happened to her, but I know she didn't just disappear. Someone knows something, and I think Knox is terrified of the land he owns, like he's guarding it or keeping something in. I still remember the last thing she said before she vanished, something lighthearted as she vanished into the tall grass ahead of us. Bet I can beat you to the tree line, and then nothing. Nothing. I pulled into the staff lot at exactly 2:31 p.m., wedging my car into the same corner space I always took. That Tuesday had been long already, even though I was technically just getting back from a half-day off. Dentist in the morning, then a rushed lunch, and a drive back to the office while fighting the kind of tension headache only drilling in traffic can create. I didn't expect anything except the usual paperwork, meetings, and maybe the broken coffee machine still hissing like it was haunted. I parked, grabbed my bag from the back seat, and entered through the east side door, our secondary entrance. Most people use the main lobby, but I liked the quiet of this side hallway. It exited right near the stairwell, which let me skip the elevator and head straight up to the third floor where our department worked. The hallway smelled faintly of copier toner and leftover fast food from the break room trash bin. Everything seemed normal, but something about the silence felt too complete. Halfway up the stairs, I heard a noise, a kind of dull, thudding impact. It wasn't loud, but it echoed oddly, like it came from the office itself. I paused, one foot on the top step, listening. Nothing. Then came another sound, much sharper, the unmistakable squeal of a heavy door hinge. When I pushed open the stairwell door into our corridor, I caught a glimpse of movement at the far end near the main entrance. Someone was sprinting out through the glass doors, their figure reflected in the polished tile. I didn't see their face, but I caught a flash of a dark hoodie and what might have been a baseball cap. The door hadn't even closed fully behind them when the echo of their steps vanished. My first thought was theft. Someone must have grabbed a laptop or something. But that theory died the second I stepped into the main office area. Everything was too still. Not just quiet, but wrong. Like the building itself was holding its breath. Then I saw Maya. She was crumpled on the carpet just past the copier station, half slumped against one of the supply cabinets. Her blazer was soaked through on one side. It took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. Why her blouse was stained. Why her eyes were open but glassy, fixed not on me but on the ceiling tile above her. There was blood. Not a lot, but enough to know it was serious. A shallow pool had formed under her right shoulder, already beginning to seep into the rug. I dropped my bag and crossed to her. My hands hovered, unsure where to touch. There was a stapler lying nearby, broken open, but it wasn't the weapon. I could see that immediately. She had a deep gash across her scalp, and another, more ragged tear along her arm like she'd tried to shield herself. Her lips moved slightly. I knelt lower, heart pounding. "Maya," I said, unsure if she could hear me. "Hey, it's me, Alex. I'm here, okay?" Her eyes blinked once, slow. Then she gave a rasping breath that sounded like it scraped her throat on the way out. I didn't wait. I pulled out my phone and called 911, giving them our exact floor and room number while pressing my jacket sleeve against the worst of the bleeding. They told me help was en route. I think I told them someone had run. I must have, because dispatch asked for a description. All I could give was that flash of black hoodie, the door swinging shut behind them, A security officer from downstairs showed up before the paramedics. He looked like he hadn't been on his feet all day, but his eyes widened when he saw Maya. He radioed something in a clipped voice and told me to stay with her. I didn't move. I just kept pressure on her arm and tried not to cry. The paramedics came fast. So did the police. They took over, the EMTs stabilizing her enough to move while the officers began asking questions. I gave them everything I had, which didn't feel like much. But then one of them found something. It was a lanyard, lying on the floor near the back hallway. Standard black, the kind we all use to hold our ID badges. Except this one still had a keycard clipped to it. One issued by the building, not a personal one. That meant it was temporary access, usually given to outside contractors, consultants, or guests who needed more than a day pass. The name printed on the card had been partially scratched, but it was legible enough. Jason K. One of the detectives lifted it carefully into an evidence bag, while another began checking the access logs. It didn't take long to match it with a visitor entry from earlier that day. The man had signed in at 11:03 a.m., listed as a vendor for facilities maintenance. None of us had seen him, and there was no record of him checking out. While the building went into lockdown mode, they pulled surveillance footage from the main lobby and halls. I wasn't shown the clips directly, but I overheard enough to know that the person fleeing the building matched the visitor's description. What chilled me most was something an officer muttered under his breath when reviewing the footage. He wasn't running when he entered, just walked right in, knew where he was going. Maya survived, somehow. She had a concussion, a shattered elbow, and a cracked cheekbone. The hospital kept her sedated the first day, but by the next she was awake enough to talk. I visited with one of the detectives, and she recounted what she could. She said she'd returned early from lunch, just like me. She'd come back before her usual time. She found the man already inside, rummaging through the file cabinets near the HR wing. When she confronted him, he attacked her without saying a word. She didn't remember much after that, just that his face didn't show anything. No panic, no rage, just blank. She'd screamed, tried to fight back, then everything went black. The police believed the attack had been a cover for something else. Maybe he was stealing documents, maybe planning something worse. But Maya's unexpected return had disrupted him. Then my arrival, minutes later, must have driven him to flee. That accidental timing, both of us returning off schedule, was what stopped it from getting worse. For weeks afterward, I found myself glancing toward the stairwell every time I entered the office. I kept thinking about how close we'd come to not finding her in time. If I'd taken a phone call in the car, if traffic had been worse, if I'd stopped to chat with someone in the lobby. They never caught him. The keycard was traced to a batch reported missing 2 months earlier. The name and ID number had been fabricated, just believable enough to get past the front desk. He'd blended in, used the system against itself, and vanished. We got new security measures after that. Real-time sign-in alerts, a camera installed by the secondary entrance, and keycards linked to biometric checks. But none of that helped me sleep any easier. Sometimes I still see that flash of a black hoodie in my mind, reflected in the glass, the door swinging shut, the faint echo of footsteps fading down the hall while I stood there, just a few seconds too late. I woke up to the sound of glass. Not shattering, more like the creak of a pane shifting in its frame. Soft and wrong, the way a locked window shouldn't sound. The apartment was dark, but the kind of dark you can still see into once your eyes adjust. I was alone in bed, and the silence after that sound was the loudest thing in the room. I didn't move at first. I lay there, every breath held, straining to hear the next noise. The building settles sometimes, but this wasn't that. This was inside. A floorboard creaked down the hall. One step, then another. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but it wasn't there. My charger had been pulled loose, the cord hanging uselessly over the edge. I didn't remember doing that. Then came the shadow. A figure passed by my doorway. Fast. Just a flash of shape against the lighter hallway wall. My pulse kicked into something ugly. I slid out of bed, bare feet on cold wood, and moved toward the kitchen. I kept low, one hand brushing the edge of the wall. I didn't hear more footsteps, but I could feel the air had changed, heavier, like the room itself was breathing. When I reached the kitchen, I caught a glimpse of someone, tall, broad, hoodie up, standing at the sliding glass door, the one that opened to my third-floor balcony. That door was supposed to be locked. The man turned fast. I only remember his shoulders, square and tense. Then he was on me. The pain was instant, white and searing. I don't even remember falling, just hitting the floor with a thud that rattled my skull. He didn't speak. He didn't make a sound. The attack was brief, chaotic. Something metal slammed into my side. Blunt, not sharp. A kitchen utensil? A flashlight? I don't know. I fought back, or tried to. I think I grabbed at his sleeve, but he pulled away, and then he was gone. I lay on the floor, the tile cold against my cheek. Breathing hurt. Everything hurt. But the apartment was quiet again, silent except for the fridge humming and the dull throb in my ears. I crawled to the landline. I'd kept one installed, something my partner always teased me about. Old school, he'd say. That night, it might have saved my life. The paramedics came first, then the cops. I kept saying he was here over and over. They found me bruised and bleeding. Nothing fatal, but enough to look real. Deep contusions, a cracked rib, facial swelling. I told them about the figure, the door, the fight, but there was no sign of forced entry. Not on the balcony, not at the front door. No shattered glass, no pried locks. The sliding door was shut tight when they arrived. Locked, they checked the whole place. Nothing stolen. Nothing moved out of place except the chaos I'd left behind. And the blood, of course. They asked about my partner. I told them he was out. I hadn't seen him since the morning before. We'd argued something small, something stupid. I couldn't even remember. He'd left to cool off. That wasn't unusual. He always needed air after a fight. I didn't think it was weird until I checked his phone location and it was off. Then the hours started to stack up. Then the silence started to feel hollow. They found him the next day. Not far. In the woods behind the walking trail we used on weekends. Wrapped in a blue tarp like garbage. His neck broken. No fingerprints on the tarp, no hair, no fiber. Just his body, dumped like it didn't matter. When they told me, I think I stared too long. I didn't cry. Not at first. That's when the tone changed. They started asking more about that night, the timeline, what I remembered, whether I might have been dreaming, maybe. The sliding door, I said it had moved, creaked, but it wasn't open when they got there. They noted that my injuries defensive, sure, but inconsistent, like someone could have staged them. Inflicted with hesitation, I told them again. There was a man in the apartment. I saw him. They asked if I'd ever hurt myself before, if there was stress in the relationship, if my partner had ever been unfaithful, if I'd been drinking. I hadn't. But my answers all felt like they hung in the air, too light to land. The medical examiner was non-committal on cause of death. No defensive wounds on my partner. No signs he'd fought back. It looked like a drop. Sudden impact, severe trauma. Maybe pushed. Maybe not. Maybe something else entirely. The woods were damp. No footprints survived. Still, no evidence pointed to anyone else. They went over the apartment again, this time with more focus. I noticed they spent a long time in the bathroom, a long time near the washer. I hadn't cleaned anything, hadn't had time, but they still bagged the towels, the mat, a pair of gloves from under the sink. One officer, a younger guy with a tired face, asked if I had gardening tools. I said no. We didn't even have plants. They never arrested me, but the calls stopped being friendly. The detective's visits started to feel like interviews. The questions changed tone. Small things like when did you say you last saw him? Instead of can you help us understand? It's been 6 months. The case is technically open, but nothing's moved in weeks. The press stopped calling. I still live in the apartment, alone now. I fixed the lock on the sliding door, not that it matters. The balcony's 3 stories up. The only way in would have been through the front. Sometimes I think I hear the creak again. That same wrong sound, just before everything changed. but every time I check, there's nothing there. No footprints, no signs of entry, just the echo of that night, stuck somewhere in the walls. Maybe the door never moved. Maybe I never saw anyone at all. Maybe it was just me, just the fight, the fear, the silence afterward. Maybe something snapped, but I still remember the weight of him, the force, the pain, and when I reach back to that moment, really reach, I remember the last thing I saw before the world turned black. Not the man's face, not his hands, just the sleeve. It was my partner's hoodie, the one he always wore to bed. I still remember the sound of the car's tires rolling away, gravel crackling under rubber, like a lid quietly sealing shut. I dropped Hannah off at the transit stop like I always did. Same time, same place. Just off Pine Ridge Lane near the corner where the fence leans and the sidewalk buckles from tree roots. It was early afternoon, a little past 3. The sun was out, but that weak winter sun that doesn't give much warmth just makes everything look overexposed and slightly unreal. I was late for work again, and I didn't think twice about driving off as she waved without turning around. Hannah was one of those kids everyone described the same way. On time, dependable, didn't give trouble. The kind of teenager who arranged her pens by ink level and never left dishes in the sink. Not dramatic, not flighty, just solid. That's part of what made it so hard to accept. Kids like that don't just vanish on the walk home. She was supposed to catch the 3:15 bus home after drama club. Not even a late activity, just a workshop. Only a few students stayed behind. The route between school and the transit stop wasn't long. Less than 5 minutes walking, even at a slow pace. Suburban streets, familiar houses, cracked pavement with those brown weeds that pop up even in winter. What I didn't know, what I wouldn't know until later, was that someone had seen her talking to a man in a car. A few kids walking past saw it. They thought it was her dad, maybe a neighbor, someone she knew. They said she smiled. She leaned into the open passenger window and said something, nodded, then walked around the front of the vehicle and got in. The car was described in different ways. Some said it was pale green, others beige. An older model, definitely. The kind with rounded corners, sun-faded paint. One kid remembered a sticker in the back window. Something circular, like a faded band logo or a sports team. Nobody got the plate. Nobody thought to. It was broad daylight. It didn't seem weird enough to alarm anyone. I got the first call at 4:05. Hannah hadn't come home. She wasn't answering her phone. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the bus was late, maybe she was talking with someone from school. I didn't even feel panic yet. I didn't rush. I called her phone and left a message, then tried again, then again. Nothing. Straight to voicemail. By 5:15, I was retracing the bus route. I drove past every stop. I texted the other parents I knew from school, asked if anyone had seen her. One said her daughter thought she'd seen Hannah talking to someone by a car near the school. That's when it began to feel wrong. Not just a missed bus, not a delay. Wrong. The police got involved quickly, partly because of her age, partly because there wasn't a logical reason for her to go anywhere else. The officers asked the usual things. Did she have a boyfriend? Was she unhappy? Had she mentioned anything out of the ordinary? I kept saying no, and it felt like a lie, even though it wasn't. You say no because you want it to be no, because anything else means there's a reason she isn't safe. They started canvassing the area, going house to house near the transit stop, checking security cameras on businesses and porch cams. Footage showed her walking alone down the sidewalk, then stopping near the end of the block. There was a car partly out of frame. The resolution wasn't good enough to read the license plate, but you could see the car's color. It looked more beige than green, and the shape matched what the kids had described. You could see Hannah approach it, speak to someone through the window, then walk out of view. That was the last confirmed image of her alive. The next day, they found something. It was a field just west of the subdivision, open, weedy, bordered by a thicket of trees that turned skeletal in winter. Teens sometimes cut through there on their way to the gas station or to take photos. It wasn't hidden, just ignored. A place in between. A hiker found her backpack tossed into the underbrush. Inside was her phone, dead battery, and a small packet of tissues with a school logo printed on it. They found blood nearby. Not a lot, but enough. There were drag marks in the grass, not recent but visible. Some of it was disturbed by wind, some partly covered by leaves. It looked like someone had moved her, or at least something heavy, toward the trees. They found her jacket the next morning, torn in the back, caught in a branch. After that, there were search teams, dogs, helicopters, but no more Hannah. They kept saying it all pointed to a brief window. Between the time she was dropped off and when I first called her, less than an hour, she was approached, spoke briefly with someone, willingly got in the car and was taken to that field. Whatever happened, it happened fast, before anyone could react, before anyone could even notice something was wrong. They ruled out everyone we knew, her teachers, our neighbors, even distant family. No one matched the car. No one had the time or opportunity, and no one could explain why she would get into a stranger's vehicle. That's what haunts me the most. I knew my daughter. She wouldn't have accepted a ride from someone she didn't trust, which means she knew him, or thought she did. Maybe someone from a school event, or a familiar face from the community. Maybe he said the right name at the right time. Police told me about cases where people pretend to know someone's parents, say they were sent to pick the kid up. Sometimes they get the name right by guessing. Sometimes they've watched long enough to learn it. It's been 2 years. The field still looks the same. The sidewalk still buckles near the stop. The school planted a tree in her memory near the drama wing, but I don't visit it much. I can't stand the way they trimmed the branches to look neat. It feels dishonest. The last real thing I saw was her walking away from the car. A flash of her backpack strap over one shoulder, a tug at the edge of her jacket from the wind. The car, if it was even green at all, is long gone. The sticker in the back window, if there ever was one, faded to nothing. And the person who smiled at her that afternoon, who opened that door and waited, has never been found. The first thing I noticed was the silence. It wasn't the peaceful kind you get before dawn. It was oppressive, like the world itself had stopped breathing. I sat alone in my truck off the gravel road, headlights off, engine idling low. The red and blue pulses of the cruisers down the lane barely reached me. I'd parked back behind the tray line, per instruction. They didn't want any lights near the house until they knew what they were walking into. The call came in, around 3:30. A man's voice, tight, panicked, said shots were fired inside a house about 6 miles out from town. Said his family was being killed. But when dispatch traced the call, it hadn't come from the house. It came from a cell tower 30 miles away. Still, it matched a name on the deed. The oldest son, foster kid, went by Darren. I was on shift and had responded to plenty of domestic calls, even a few bad ones, but this one was different. The voice hadn't sounded like a man watching his family die. It sounded rehearsed, hollow. By the time Tactical rolled up, the sky was just starting to lighten with that sickly gray you get before real morning. Fog hung over the farmland like gauze, and the house, an old 2-story wood frame with flaking paint, looked frozen in time. No movement, no signs of life. They moved in silently, methodically. I stayed on comms. It didn't take long. One officer came out minutes later, helmet off, eyes wide and bloodshot. I didn't have to ask. Inside, they found 5 bodies, all shot. Different rooms, no forced entry, no defensive wounds. The father in his recliner, mother in the kitchen doorway, a younger sister 12 or so in her bed, a brother maybe 17, slumped near the back door like he'd tried to run. The last was a toddler, still in a crib. We kept the scene sealed. The place smelled of copper and damp wood. I didn't go in, but I saw enough through the windows. Clean shots, center mass, no struggle. Whoever did it knew the layout, knew where people would be. It wasn't rage. It was planned. Back at the station, we brought in Darren. He'd called it in, said he was on a break from a road trip upstate when he got a call from his younger brother. Said the boy whispered that someone was in the house, that shots were being fired. Then the line went dead. Darren claimed he tried calling back, then dialed 911. The phone records didn't support that. His phone had no outgoing calls to the house, just the one to emergency services. When pressed, he didn't get angry. He got quiet, withdrawn, like he'd expected this part. His eyes were rimmed with red, but the tears didn't fall. There was something about the way he looked at the detective. Not frightened, not grieving, just waiting. When the forensics came back, the weapon used matched a rifle Darren, legally purchased months prior. It wasn't at the scene. We found shell casings though, all the same caliber. No signs of anyone breaking in, nothing stolen. Every door and window locked from the inside. But here's where things get strange. In the parents' room, tucked beneath the mattress, we found an envelope. Inside were handwritten notes, details about the family estate. The father had been preparing to divide the land among his children, but not evenly. Darren, being a foster child, wasn't going to inherit the home. Instead, the younger biological son was set to get it, with Darren receiving a small cash amount and a letter about independence and earning your own future. There was no malice in it, just the kind of language parents use when they don't fully grasp the impact of being left out. Darren must have found that note, maybe weeks ago, maybe earlier, but the shooting didn't happen in a rage. It was executed with cold timing, the kind that suggests control, not emotion. The final nail was the surveillance footage. There were trail cams set up by the old barn to catch coyotes. The timestamp showed a figure leaving the house around 2:50 a.m., walking calmly across the field, rifle slung over one shoulder. Couldn't see a face, but the gait matched Darren's build. Same jacket too, as the one he wore when we picked him up. Still, no confession, no murder weapon, no prints on the casings, just layers of circumstantial evidence, and that voice on the emergency call, sounding more like a narrator than a brother. He sat in the interrogation room for over 8 hours. Didn't ask for a lawyer. Didn't ask for food. Just stared at his hands. When they finally told him the bodies had been found, and the call didn't match his story, he blinked like someone coming out of a trance. Then he said something I still hear in my head. They were already gone when I called. I just didn't want to be the one to find them. There was a pause. A full 10 seconds of silence. Then he added, I thought maybe it would hurt less if it came from someone else. No confession. Not really. Just that. The case stalled. Prosecutors didn't have enough to indict. Not without the gun or a confession. Darren was released under surveillance, but he moved out of the county within days. No one's seen him since. The farmhouse was put up for auction, but no buyers came forward. Local kids say they hear things out there now. Windows shutting on their own. Lights flickering, even though the power's cut. One deputy swears he saw someone standing in the upstairs window last winter, even though the place had been locked up for months. I don't know what really happened that night. Maybe it was Darren, maybe not. But what sticks with me isn't the silence, or the bodies, or the weight of that early morning fog. It's that call. The one where a man described a massacre in real time that hadn't happened yet. I got the call just after lunch. Janice from the property management office said Monica hadn't shown up for her midday shift, which wasn't like her. She managed the front desk at a law firm downtown and kept a meticulous schedule, never missed a day. I told Janice I'd check in and thanked her for the heads up, even though my stomach was already tying itself into knots. Monica was my daughter, 34, whip smart and always 5 steps ahead of everyone else. She'd put herself through law school and landed a position with the district attorney's office straight out of graduation. Tough as nails, but not in the loud way. She carried herself like someone who knew the value of quiet power. Still, lately, she hadn't been quite herself. Last time we spoke face to face, she seemed tired, thinner. Something about the way she kept glancing toward the hallway in her apartment made my skin crawl. I'd asked her if everything was okay. She said yes, just busy, then changed the subject. But now, with her missing a shift for the first time in years, something felt off. I drove over. The building she lived in wasn't far from her office, a modest mid-rise with stucco walls and rust-colored balconies. Her car was gone. I buzzed her unit. No answer. I called her cell. Straight to voicemail. That's when I called my son Greg. We agreed to meet in 30 minutes. When Greg arrived, we found the building manager and asked her to open the apartment. There was a pause. Something behind her eyes changed, but she let us up without a word. The door opened with a mechanical click. The smell hit us first. Not rot, not yet, but something was wrong. The air was heavy, stale. Inside, everything was neat. Couch pillows arranged just so. Dishes drying in a rack. The only thing out of place was the silence. We called her name. No answer. Greg checked the kitchen and bathroom while I opened the bedroom door. I saw her feet first, pale against the dark carpet. One foot turned inward unnaturally. Then the rest of her, Monica, was face down, her arms bent beneath her. There was blood matted in her hair, and a thin line trailing from her temple to the floor. Her back looked twisted, like she'd been dropped or dragged. The scream caught in my throat. I didn't move, couldn't. Greg's footsteps rushed in behind me, followed by a gasp and a shouted call to 911. The next hours were a blur of uniforms, questions, and lights. I remember gripping the arm of the couch so hard my fingers ached, watching crime scene technicians mark the floor with little yellow tents. A woman in a blazer, not a uniform but clearly someone in charge, asked if Monica had any enemies, any threats. I shook my head, not that I knew of. Then she asked the real question. Was she seeing anyone? She was. A man named Daniel. He'd moved in almost a year ago. Freelance designer, she said. Always between gigs. I'd only met him twice. Once at a holiday dinner. Once briefly when I dropped off some books. Both times he was polite. Smiled too much. Kept one hand on her back as if he needed to remind everyone that she was his. I remember watching the way she flinched when he did that. I told the detective everything I knew, which wasn't much. Greg took over, listing names of friends who might know more. He was calmer than me, always had been, but I could see his jaw clenching every time someone mentioned Monica in the past tense. Later that night, they found her car. It was parked on a side street a few blocks away. Nothing seemed broken or stolen, but the inside told a different story. Drag marks on the back seat. A smear of something dark beneath the front passenger mat. Forensics found microscopic biological fragments. Hair, fibers, skin. The same night Monica died. Daniel disappeared. It wasn't until the autopsy came back that we understood what happened. Monica had multiple contusions across her body. Defensive wounds. A broken wrist. Blunt force trauma to the head. They said it had happened around 11 p.m. give or take. Her neighbors didn't report any noise. The walls were thick. When police searched the apartment again, they found a receipt tucked into a drawer. Monica had put down a deposit on a new place, lease starting the following week. She was leaving him, quietly. That seemed to be the trigger. A history unfolded over the following days. Quiet calls to the police that never became reports. Friends who noticed bruises but were told they were from clumsiness. A pattern. Financial dependence, isolation, control. She hadn't told us the worst of it. Maybe she thought she could handle it. Maybe she was scared we'd push too hard. After his name and photo went public, tips came in. None panned out. He was just gone. No credit card use, no phone activity, no social media footprint. Like he vanished into smoke. The last confirmed sighting was a grainy camera feed near a bus station. The investigation dragged on, then slowed, then stopped. Officially, they're still looking. But everyone knows the truth. They don't expect to find him. Monica's things were boxed and returned to us. Her work desk at the DA's office had a stack of case files she never got to finish. They held a small memorial. People said nice things. Someone read a letter she'd written years ago for a leadership seminar. It talked about integrity, about standing firm even when no one's watching. I keep that letter in my nightstand now. There's a picture of her on my mantle. One from law school, cap tilted, eyes sharp. Some days I sit and stare at it, wondering what she thought in those final moments. If she regretted waiting. If she knew we would have done anything to help. The apartment is empty now. Someone else lives there. The walls have been painted, the carpets replaced. but I still see her there, every time I close my eyes, curled on the bedroom floor, quiet as a whisper. The tape was found inside the frame of a picture that had hung on the back wall of my father's study for nearly 40 years. It had been my sister who discovered it. Not intentionally. She was packing up the house after he passed. It was late September, the trees just beginning to shed. The kind of quiet, overcast afternoon that makes your skin feel thin. I was downstairs when she called out, no panic in her voice, just a kind of stillness, like she didn't want to disturb the air. We didn't play it right away. We weren't even sure what it was. Just an old mini cassette, the kind that went into handheld recorders in the 80s. No label, no case, but there was a tension in the way she held it that made me think she already suspected. And if I'm honest, maybe I did too. Dad had been a sheriff's deputy when the Caldwell girl disappeared in 1985. She was 15, vanished walking home from a friend's house 2 miles outside town. No one ever found her. Search teams combed every ditch and tree hollow across 5 square miles. Her face lived on milk cartons and local news specials for years. Then she faded, and time did its cruel work. But not for Dad. He carried the case like a rusted-out badge in his chest. Quiet but heavy. He never said as much. But we knew. He'd lost something in that search. Something more than a case. Maybe that's why he kept the picture. An old aerial photo of the woods north of Route 7. The last place she was reportedly seen. I bought a cassette adapter from a thrift store that afternoon. We didn't speak as I pressed play. The voice was unmistakably Dad's, but not the one I knew. It was thinner, breathier. A man narrating to no one. He was reading something, confessing. He spoke of a man named Ellis. I knew what he did, Dad said, and I let him walk. Said it so plainly I almost thought I'd misheard. Then he went on. Ellis was a fellow officer, not local state patrol. He'd been assigned temporarily during the investigation. Something about coordinating the broader search. Dad said he'd found Ellis's car parked near one of the side trails 3 days after Caldwell vanished. He went to talk to him. Found him pacing near a ravine, eyes red. There was blood on the back seat, Dad said, and he looked me in the eye and said I didn't mean to. She hit her head. Then, silence. The sound of wind. Maybe. A shuffle. Then Dad's voice again. Quieter. I believed him. I wanted to believe him. He was scared, and I was tired. 36 hours with no sleep, watching that family cry on the news every night. I wanted it to be over. He said he told Ellis to leave, not to come back. Said he took the car, cleaned it himself, tossed the stained seat covers into a burn pile, and never spoke of it again. But she's still out there, he said, somewhere near that trail. I know it. I never looked right. I followed the grid, I followed orders, I never looked where he was. My sister covered her mouth. I let the tape run until it clicked off. Then I rewound it and played it again. We sat in the living room that night, the tape between us like a lit candle. The next morning, I called the county, told them who I was, told them I had something they needed to hear. A detective named Rooker met me 2 days later. I gave him the tape. His face didn't change much, but I could see the breath catch behind his eyes. He asked to keep it. 2 weeks passed. Then a call. They were reopening the Caldwell case. Turns out Ellis had died in 2007. A car accident in Oregon. No family, no estate. He'd disappeared into anonymity. Not long after Dad told him to walk. No one had thought to connect him to the case. He was barely on the original paperwork. Temporary assignment. Only logged 2 shifts. But the tape matched official voice samples from state archives. They couldn't prosecute a dead man, but they could confirm the confession. More important, they could start looking again. The state brought in new ground-penetrating radar tech, something Dad never had access to. They focused on the ravine Dad had mentioned. It had been part of the original grid, but only lightly searched. Terrain had been too steep for the volunteer teams back then. 3 days into the new scan, they found bones. Shallow burial, down a slope behind a cluster of fallen trees. Not 10 feet from where Dad said Ellis had been standing. DNA came back 2 weeks later. Caldwell, positive match. Her family. We didn't know them personally. They'd moved away sometime in the late 90s, but they came back for the memorial. Small gathering. Press was there. One of the reporters asked about my father's role. I said what was true. He failed her in life, but tried to give her back in death. The state cleared his name officially, said there wasn't enough evidence to prove he'd committed a crime. Internal decisions weren't criminal negligence. And besides, he came forward in his way. They called it closure, but that's not the word I'd use. I think about that picture in his office sometimes. The one with the trail. He looked at it every day for nearly 40 years, and he never moved it, never checked the frame, never pulled it down. He hid the tape there himself. I'm sure of it, but why hide it in the one place he stared at every day? Maybe guilt isn't about forgetting. Maybe it's about making sure you can't. He'd written the coordinates on the back of the picture. Tiny, neat handwriting. Same trail, same bend. He wanted us to find it, just not while he was still breathing. The cold case was officially closed in June. Caldwell was laid to rest again, this time with a full ceremony. A stone with her name, a folded letter from her mother tucked into the casket. Sometimes I wonder if Ellis was telling the truth about the accident, about the head injury, but it doesn't matter. What matters is someone knew, and someone could have acted sooner. What matters is the tape, a small square of plastic, hidden behind glass for decades, waiting for the world to catch up. I hadn't planned to have company that afternoon. It was one of those gray, slow-burning days where the sky never quite clears, and the quiet of my townhouse seemed especially welcome after a week packed with phone calls, legal meetings, and emails from people asking for favors they didn't realize cost me more than time. I'd just made myself a cup of tea, something herbal, forgettable, when I heard the knock at the door. It was Celeste. Seeing her standing there bundled in a slate blue coat, smiling with that tilted head she always used when she needed something. It softened me. We'd known each other since college. She was never a best friend, more a steady orbit around my life, drifting in and out depending on who she was dating, or what new venture had captured her attention. She said she was in the neighborhood, had been thinking of me. The way she talked, as if I was her secret refuge from the world, made me step aside and wave her in without a second thought. She noticed the smell of the tea. "Is that chamomile?" she asked. "I've got something better." She pulled a small tin from her bag, pale green with gold trim, and explained it was some rare herbal blend she picked up during a retreat. "Try it," she said, already moving toward my kitchen. She always had that confidence, an unshakable sense that any space could be hers. I didn't object. I even handed her my mug. I sat down in the living room checking a message on my phone, and when she handed me the cup again, I didn't hesitate. The tea had a floral, slightly earthy flavor. I remember thinking it was surprisingly good. I complimented it. She grinned, said it was her own mix, and sat across from me, legs tucked under her like a cat curling into a favorite chair. We talked. Not about anything deep. She asked if I was still handling my investments myself. I was. She asked if I still kept paper backups of everything. I did documents, identity verifications, estate paperwork. I even had old tax forms from the late 90s. It wasn't paranoia, I just liked redundancy. At some point, I stopped feeling the way I should have. I wasn't tired exactly, more like the room was sinking into itself. Her voice blurred. The edges of my vision grew soft. I remember trying to reach for my phone, and I remember her voice saying gently, "Just relax. You've had a long week." Her hand touched my shoulder. I didn't feel her remove it. Everything dropped out. When I opened my eyes, the room was dark. My head throbbed. My mouth tasted metallic. The mug was on the table, empty. My phone was gone. So was Celeste. I stood up too fast and had to grip the back of the chair to keep steady. Every light in the house was off, except for the soft glow from the thermostat panel. I checked my desk. The cabinet I kept locked was ajar. That lock had never been forced. It wasn't broken. It had been opened. Inside, my passport was missing. So were several folders. including the one with banking credentials, investment summaries, notarized copies of my will, everything that would let someone pretend to be me, or at least make a compelling case. I tried to call the bank from my landline. I had to dig for the number because the list I kept in my desk was also gone. My voice cracked as I gave the rep my name and security word. She asked when I had moved funds earlier that evening. I hadn't. 2 wire transfers had been initiated from my primary account. One to an unfamiliar brokerage, another to a private account in Belize. The first rep put me on hold. A supervisor came on the line. She said the transfer had passed verification through a secure mobile app. She read back a device ID I didn't recognize. I told her to freeze everything. Within an hour, I was on the phone with fraud prevention. The rep, polite and stiff, said the transactions would be investigated, but there were unusual consistencies in the login and approval patterns. When I asked if someone had impersonated me at a branch, she hesitated. Eventually, she admitted a woman had come in earlier that afternoon with my ID. Her voice sounded like she was reading from a script when she said, "She was convincing." I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the edge of my bed, watching the glow of the street lamp fall across the floorboards like a spotlight. Every creak in the house, every passing car outside, made my stomach tighten. I thought about all the times Celeste had asked about my routines, how often I left the house, whether I still had that housekeeper. She'd laid the groundwork slowly, patiently. By the time I filed the police report, it was too late. She hadn't just taken documents. She'd taken jewelry, family heirlooms, even the box where I kept the pocket watch my grandfather had given me. The officer was polite, took my statement and promised to forward it to the Financial Crimes Division. I could tell he'd seen this before. They found the rental car eventually. She'd used my ID to secure it, along with a temporary credit card issued by one of my accounts. It was parked 2 cities over, wiped clean. When the investigator from the bank called again, he explained that the impersonation had been low risk due to the level of verification she'd passed. The system, he said, is designed to assume trust. So was I. Weeks passed. I changed everything I could. Passwords, locks, routines. But I couldn't change the fact that someone I had welcomed, someone I had trusted with an open door and open hands, had hollowed me out from the inside. Sometimes late in the day, when the light starts to go soft, I find myself checking the windows more often. Not because I think she'll come back, but because I still don't understand how long she'd been preparing to do it. I learned early that careful people live longer, and careless people get stories told about them. That belief carried me through nights when the streets were empty and the houses were dark, through parking lots where the lights buzzed and the paint peeled, through the small hours when the world shrinks to whatever you can carry in your hands. On the night everything broke, the air had that flat suburban smell of watered lawns and warm asphalt, and I moved through it like I belonged there. I was always the calculating one in the family. That was the joke at holidays. My mother said it with pride, my aunt with a sideways look, my cousins with relief that someone else would tally the bill and split it evenly. Numbers and sequences came to me naturally. If something could be broken down into steps, it could be done without drama. If it could be planned, it could be survived. My spouse trusted that trait more than anyone. They trusted my grocery lists, my calendars, my insistence on routine. When I suggested a new sleep aid that a coworker swore by, it didn't register as a change, just another optimization. It was late and the house had settled into its quiet creaks. The weather report had promised nothing. No storms, no wind, just a steady, forgettable night. I crushed the tablets carefully, stirred them into a mug of chamomile, and watched the steam fog the cabinet glass. I measured the dose twice, then wiped the counter. I did not rut. The tea went down easily. I sat with them until their eyelids drooped, until the familiar pattern of breathing smoothed. I waited longer than necessary. Careful people wait. I turned off the lamp with my elbow and listened to the house accept the dark. When I slipped out, the front door made its soft click, the kind you only notice if you're listening for it. The drive to the retail strip took 12 minutes. I'd done it earlier in the week at the same hour to be sure. Late night stores are islands of light, and islands have edges. The one I chose sat between a shuttered gym and a dentist's office, the sign humming like a tired insect. I parked 2 rows back, out of habit. Inside, the clerk barely looked up. I selected the tool from a pegboard that hadn't been updated in years, paid cash, and left. No cameras watched that aisle. I'd walked it twice before to confirm. I kept my head down anyway. Suburbs repeat themselves if you let them. Cul-de-sacs bloom like flowers off main roads, each with the same mailbox, the same porch light. I moved through several that night, not lingering, not hurrying. The victims lived in a house that had never seen the inside of a magazine. Beige siding, a cracked bird bath, a minivan with a dented door. I knew their habits from overheard conversations and the way lights went on and off. I knew which window stuck and which fence sagged. Knowledge is not intimacy, it is inventory. What happened inside was quick and ugly, in a way that doesn't translate into words without becoming something else. There was resistance and there was silence. I remember the smell of laundry soap and the way the hallway runner slid under my shoes. I remember thinking, absurdly, that the thermostat was set too high. When it was over, I stood for a moment and counted nothing, just breathed until my hands stopped shaking. I did not stay to look at my work. Disposal is where most people fail. They treat it as an afterthought, a single act instead of a sequence. I had prepared for weeks. Clothing went into separate bags in separate dumpsters across town, dropped on different nights. Shoes took a longer route, wrapped and unwrapped, their soles wiped with damp paper towels that I flushed in a public restroom. The tool went into a river from a footbridge I'd crossed as a teenager. The water darkened slow under the moon. I watched it sink and did not make a wish. By the time I returned home, dawn was smudging the sky. I showered until the hot water thinned to a trickle, scrubbed the drain, wiped the tiles. My spouse slept through it all, their breathing steady, their trust intact. In the kitchen, I rinsed the mug and set it upside down to dry. The house smelled like nothing. Days passed. Sirens came and went. The neighborhood filled with tape and speculation. People talked about cameras, about footprints, about mistakes. I listened and nodded. Careful people listen more than they speak. When the police knocked, I answered calmly. I had an alibi that slept beside me and remembered nothing. They found nothing where I'd been, because I hadn't been anywhere that could be found. The cameras I'd mapped were blind, where I needed them to be blind. The routes I took were the ones I'd practiced. For a while, I felt the quiet satisfaction of a solved equation. I went back to work. I made dinners. I slept. What undid me was not science. It was need. Jail is a place where time stretches and folds. When they finally took me in on an unrelated warrant and held me, the cell smelled of disinfectant and old sweat. My cellmate was a talker. He filled the air with stories, some true, some polished, smoothed by repetition. He liked puzzles. He liked cleverness. I liked being clever. It started small. A comment about cameras. A laugh about how people assume every store watches every aisle. A nod to planning, to patience. Each word was a pebble dropped into a well, and the sound it made coming back pleased me. I did not use names. I did not give dates. I framed it as a hypothetical, a thought experiment. He leaned in anyway. Late at night, when the lights dimmed and the sound softened, I told him more. I spoke about dosing tea, about waiting for breathing to even out, about not rushing. I spoke about rivers that carry things away. I did not notice the way he listened without interrupting, the way his eyes stayed on my face. I felt the old pride warm my chest. The perfect crime, I called it once, softly, like a confession to myself. He was released before me. He shook my hand and wished me luck. Careful people don't believe in luck. But I nodded. The charges came like a weather front you see on the horizon, and tell yourself will miss you. They didn't miss. They brought transcripts and timelines, and a man who knew how to listen. My spouse cried in a way that made the room tilt. I watched the jury watch me. The evidence was a mosaic made of words, not fibers. The tool was never found. The cameras never showed me. What they had was my voice, repeated back to me, stripped of the hypotheticals. I sit now in a place where the nights are loud and the days are long. I still count steps when I walk the yard. Even though it doesn't matter, sometimes I think about that mug drying upside down, about how a small routine can carry a person through anything. Sometimes I think about the river and how it keeps its secrets until it doesn't. The limits of evasion are not in the planning. They are in the telling. The lights go out at the same time every night, and the air smells like nothing, and I lie on my back and listen to breathing that isn't mine and wait for sleep to come. The first scream was sharp enough to cut through the steady hum of the air conditioning unit in my bedroom. It jolted me upright in bed. Not a startled kind of upright, more like I was being tugged out of a daze. Heart pounding, ears tuning in like a dog catching the wrong tone. It was past midnight, a Thursday I think. I'd been up later than I should have, scrolling through videos with the volume low, when it came from the apartment next door. A second scream followed, then a crash. I paused the video, sat still. I remember thinking how thin the walls were, how even normal conversation could bleed through sometimes. There was no mistaking this. It wasn't a movie. It wasn't the TV. It was real, close and terrible. The voice, a woman's, had this rising, jagged edge. Then came a man's voice, lower, harder to hear, but you could feel the force behind it. Not words exactly, just force. I didn't move, didn't call anyone, just sat there, locked in place, heartbeat drumming in my neck. My brain felt like a filing cabinet dumped out on the floor. Should I knock on the wall? Go out into the hall? Call security? The thoughts tangled with fear. What if I got involved and made things worse? What if it wasn't what I thought it was? There were more noises, something slammed against a wall, or maybe the floor. The scream turned into pleading. One voice begging, then a child crying. That part tore something loose in me, but still, I did nothing. My phone was in my hand. I hovered over the emergency number, but my thumb didn't move. After a while, everything stopped. That was the worst part. The silence. It felt vacuum sealed. I stayed awake the rest of the night. When morning came, I made coffee with shaking hands and turned the TV on louder than usual. When I passed the neighbor's door on the way to work, it was closed. Nothing looked out of place. No signs, no blood, no broken things. Just the quiet gray hallway, the same scuffed doormat, the same doorbell. I told myself maybe it was a fight that burned itself out. Maybe she was okay. Maybe the kid had just had a tantrum. You learn to feed yourself these little lies until they go down smooth. 3 days later, the building manager knocked on my door. She looked pale, like she hadn't slept, said the woman next door. Her name was Leah, hadn't shown up for work. Her mother had been trying to reach her. Police had done a welfare check and found her dead. Blunt force trauma. The man, her boyfriend, was gone. The kid, too. I stood there nodding like my head wasn't made of wet cement. The manager asked if I'd heard anything unusual. I said no. I said I hadn't heard a thing. She thanked me and moved on. 2 weeks passed. The unit was sealed off. News reports filtered through the building in whispers. Domestic dispute. Previous complaints. No charges. One neighbor claimed she heard something that night but thought it was the TV. Another said she slept through it entirely. No one mentioned what I heard. Not out loud. Then the package came. No return address. Just my name scrawled in thick black marker. Inside was a cheap plastic flash drive. I stared at it for a long time before plugging it in. There was one file, an audio recording. I didn't want to play it, but I did. The sound came through faint at first, muffled like recorded through a wall. But clear enough, a woman's voice. Leah's crying out for help. You could hear her pleading, words distorted by sobs. Please, he's going to kill me. Please, someone help. Then the sharp panic wail of a child, rising like steam in the background. A male voice barked something I couldn't make out, and then a loud thud, followed by silence. I shut the laptop and sat back. I could feel my heartbeat in my teeth. Someone had recorded it. Someone else had heard. And instead of doing anything that night, they waited, sent it after. Too late to save her. I didn't know if the family had gotten a copy. I didn't know who sent it. But a week later, the story was all over the local news. Leah's mother had received the recording too. She released it through her attorney, said she hoped it would shame anyone who had ignored her daughter's screams, that it would force anyone to come forward. The police reclassified the case. The boyfriend was named a primary suspect. He'd fled the state. An arrest warrant was issued, but he was already gone. The child was found safe 2 towns over, dropped at a hospital with no explanation. The man still hadn't been caught. I kept playing that night over and over in my head, rehearsing different versions where I knocked on the wall, where I called, where I did anything except what I did, which was nothing. The weird part is, I don't know how the recording was made. My building has no shared intercom system, no thin vents connecting rooms. Whoever made it had to have known exactly what was happening, had to have listened as it unfolded. The thought of that chilled me more than anything. I tried to forget. You can't. You just compartmentalize. You learn to live with the fact that you heard someone die and stayed quiet, that your silence helped. A year later, Leah's mother started a foundation in her name, advocating for stronger protections, better reporting systems in apartment complexes. One of the campaigns used audio clips, not the full recording, just fragments to raise awareness. I couldn't listen. I avoided the press conferences, turned off the TV. Sometimes I still hear things at night. Pipes shifting, distant thuds, a cry too far away to be sure if it's real. I lie awake, phone in hand, never quite sure if this is the moment I'll redeem myself or fail again. That apartment's been rented out twice since. Neither tenant lasted long. The kid's father was never found. The case is technically still open. There are nights I wonder if someone else in the building heard what I did. Maybe more than one. Maybe every single one of us stayed quiet. Maybe the person who recorded it had done it before, out of habit, and just never thought they'd have to use it. I wonder if they listened back later, hearing the moment it all could have changed, then hit save, sealed it in a padded envelope, and passed the guilt along like a baton. I didn't notice the missing person report when it first came in. We get dozens every week, but this one kept bubbling up. Messages still being sent, social media activity, even a few digital payments. For a while it looked like a false alarm. A 23-year-old woman, Lacey Marino, reported missing by her roommate. Except her phone was still active, still moving, still posting. It wasn't until the 3rd day when we pulled the GPS metadata that I got involved. Lacey's last confirmed sighting had been 5 days prior. Her phone, however, had continued to travel down suburban routes, through commuter corridors, through strip malls and quiet residential streets. But every ping, every location update perfectly mirrored another phone, that of a man named Eric Dalton, 34, no criminal history, claimed to be a friend, said he was helping search for her. Eric's explanation came after we brought him in for an informal chat. His story was that he'd been trying to find her, using her phone as a kind of beacon. He said she'd left it in his car, maybe by accident, maybe on purpose. He wasn't sure. That vagueness, deliberate or not, put me on edge. He kept saying, I was just trying to help, but we checked with Lacey's friends. None of them knew Eric, no texts or calls between them. Not until a week before she vanished. Just one message from him. A reply to a Craigslist ad she'd posted offering tutoring. That's where it started. We got digital forensics on the case by the 4th day. While the public-facing app still showed Lacey was active, our back-end dive showed something more mechanical. Her messages were short, oddly generic. They lacked slang, inside jokes, the rhythm of familiarity. A forensic linguist confirmed what we already suspected. Someone else was writing them. And those messages, they were always sent when Eric's phone was in the same place. Not just same neighborhoods, same blocks, same parking lots. We found patterns. Once, Lacey's account posted a photo of a coffee cup with a location tag. The timestamp matched a spot in Midtown near a strip of boutique shops. The coffee place had a camera. We pulled the footage. Eric appeared alone. No sign of Lacey. He stared into the camera while holding 2 cups. After the 6th day, her bank card was used, just once at a gas station south of the city. The cashier remembered a man alone, Said he seemed nervous, kept glancing outside. That's when I asked for a warrant. We seized Eric's car. It was clean, too clean. Detailing receipts showed a deep scrub the morning after Lacey was last seen, but the wheel well had clumps of reddish dirt. We matched it to a construction site near a storm drain culvert. 2 towns over, that's where we found her phone. Cracked. Dead. Hidden beneath a pile of loose boards. Still no sign of Lacey herself. I returned to that site 3 times. No body. No physical evidence beyond the phone and a single silver earring buried nearby. It matched a photo her roommate had of her from 2 weeks prior. Eric's story began to change. Now he said she might have borrowed his car. He wasn't sure, maybe she dropped the phone while returning it. When we told him we had footage of his car outside the construction site, engine idling for nearly 10 minutes, he said he was lost. I've seen a lot of bad liars. Eric was worse than most. Not because he fumbled, because he didn't. Every pivot came just a little too late. Just a bit too tailored to the new evidence. He was waiting for us to reveal the next piece before adjusting. On day 9, the text stopped. Just don't silence. No more updates. No more posts. When we checked, Lacey's phone had been factory reset. No SIM. No activity since the night it was found. We asked Eric again, why reset her phone if you were just holding on to it? He said I thought maybe it had a virus or something. That didn't make sense, and he knew it. What broke the case wasn't Eric's answers. It was his trail. The GPS history on his own device was damning. Every movement matched hers, every ping, but more than that, his data showed pauses at places only Lacey would have known. Her favorite park, a quiet overlooked spot near the reservoir, a bookstore she'd mentioned in a Reddit post 6 months back, places intimate to her routine. He wasn't just moving around randomly. He was tracing her steps, replaying her life, wearing it like a mask. Our text pulled logs from his computer, VPNs, auto-login scripts. He'd set her phone to forward messages to a remote server. Every ping he sent was from a spoofed app. But he slipped once, an IP overlap during a social media login. A fingerprint. That was enough. We arrested him on suspicion of kidnapping. He didn't resist, just stared at the floor. No confession. No answers. Lacey's body was never found. In court, his defense tried to argue there was no proof of death, only disappearance. No DNA, no direct evidence tying him to violence. But the prosecution had something better. A timeline. A story told by data, his own phone, synced like a shadow to hers. A series of digital footsteps that walked directly into guilt, I testified. Walked them through the maps, the overlaps, the metadata timestamps, the language patterns, the eerie mimicry of life after death. The jury deliberated less than 3 hours. He's serving 30 years. No parole for 20. Sometimes I still drive those routes. The ones where both phones traveled in silence, like ghosts beside each other. Parallel lives, one real, one simulated. The eerie dance of a man playing puppeteer with a dead woman's shadow. What stays with me isn't the horror of what he did. It's how close he came to making it believable. For a while, the world thought she was still out there, texting, drinking coffee, listening to music, alive. But every lie he typed just looped him back to her, back to the moment everything ended. I wasn't even supposed to be on that stretch of road. The city had shuffled assignments around because Greg from drainage was out with a busted knee. That's how I ended up out past mile marker 14, where the asphalt thins into gravel and the land folds into itself. Dry gullies and scrub brush, half-choked drainage culverts nobody notices unless they're flooding. It was early fall. The sun was low but still sharp, throwing long shadows over the shoulder of the road. I was checking the runoff trenches for debris, looking for signs of erosion or animal burrows, compromising the concrete. I'd already cleared a few tumbleweeds and a flattened couch cushion someone had tossed near a culvert mouth. I knelt down to check the grate, and that's when I saw it. At first I thought it was a doll, something pink and torn sticking out of the dirt above the mouth of the culvert, where the gravel shoulder gave way to clay. I brushed at it with my glove. It didn't move like cloth, it had weight, texture. My stomach turned in that slow, irreversible way, like watching a glass fall from a shelf. It was a shoe, a small canvas sneaker, the kind with rubber toes, caked with dirt. The laces were still tied. I backed off and called it in. Dispatch asked if I was certain it wasn't just trash. I wasn't, not until I saw the curve of bone just under the heel, barely visible through a split in the fabric. The sun hit it and there was no doubt. I flagged the spot with my vest, set the truck hazard lights blinking, and waited. The deputies arrived first. 2 of them, young guys, both quieter than I expected. One crouched near the shoe, while the other started taping off the shoulder with yellow plastic. I gave them the usual name, position, time I arrived, what I touched. Then they asked me to wait back near my truck. More cars came, a coroner's van, a plain SUV that turned out to be the forensic team, someone from the sheriff's office, older, with a clipboard and that measured way of walking that tells you they've seen worse. They uncovered more over the next hour. Not dramatically, no shouting or sudden discoveries, just a slow, methodical peeling back of the dirt near the culvert, until a shape emerged. Not a full skeleton, not intact. Someone had tried to burn her. The earth was blackened in patches. The smell got worse the deeper they dug. Later, I heard it from one of the techs. Quiet, almost apologetic. She'd been beaten badly. Broken ribs, fractured jaw. Strangled, they thought, before the fire. The burning hadn't done much. It wasn't deep enough. Too much moisture in the clay. It had just made everything harder to identify. She was young, early 20s, brown hair. Dental records confirmed her a few days later. Melissa Hartley reported missing by her parents 2 counties over. Last seen at a gas station just off the interstate. No suspects, no clear reason. Her car had been found abandoned the day after she vanished, 100 miles south of where I found her. They asked me to come in again after the identification. Not because I was a suspect, more like a formality. I went, gave the same account I'd given twice already. They recorded it this time. The detective thanked me, but he didn't look me in the eye. I didn't sleep well for weeks. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that little bit of pink canvas jutting out of the earth like a marker. Something careless, rushed, the kind of mistake someone makes when they're panicking. They think it was a random attack, a predator of some kind, not someone she knew, just bad luck. Right place, wrong time. Or maybe the reverse. He killed her somewhere else, then drove hours just to dump the body in a place no one visits, unless the drains are flooding. Would have worked too if Greg hadn't slipped on those stairs and banged up his knee. I kept working after that. Different routes, different jobs. Never went back out past marker 14. They posted a sign there now. Not for her, just a general caution about shoulder erosion and steep drop-offs. The kind of sign nobody reads. Sometimes I wonder how many others are out there. Not buried, just hidden badly enough to last a season. Or 2. Long enough to be forgotten until someone like me stumbles over them while checking a grate or trimming back a weed line. I still see her shoe sometimes. In my head, the dirt clinging to the stitching, the way it pointed up, as if she'd just stepped backwards and vanished into the earth. I wasn't planning on taking that trail. My usual loop around Monarch Ridge had gotten washed out in the spring runoff, so I turned off onto a narrower, lesser-used path that cut through the backside of the range. The ranger map labeled it Low Creek Traverse, and from the state of the signage splintered and sun-faded, it didn't look like anyone had maintained it in years. That's exactly what I liked. Less people, more quiet. It was a dry, clear morning, the kind of morning where the air still holds the night chill, but the sun makes promises. I hiked alone as I usually did with a small pack, water, and my GPS watch. I remember the pine needles underfoot were crisp, not damp, and the only sounds were birdsong and the occasional snap of a branch in the wind. A good day, the trail wound through a thinning tree line before hugging the base of a granite bluff. That's where I saw it. At first I didn't realize what I was looking at, just a patch of disturbed earth off to the side of the path. maybe 10 feet downslope. It looked like an animal had been digging, but then I noticed something sticking out of the dirt. It was a shoe, a single worn hiking boot, scuffed and faded. It protruded at an angle, toe up, just enough to be noticeable if you were looking down the slope. I stood there a moment, staring, trying to convince myself it was nothing. A lost boot. Maybe someone had ditched it. But the way the earth was turned over, the way the boot didn't sit on top but came from underneath, I made my way down slowly, careful not to slip. As I got closer, the soil around the boot looked looser, drier. I knelt and brushed some of it away. There was something beneath it. Fabric. I didn't dig further. I just backed away, heart starting to thump in that slow, deep way that you don't immediately feel in your chest, but in your arms and hands. I pulled my phone from the side pocket of my pack, hoping for a signal. Nothing. It took me 40 minutes to hike back to the ranger station. I told the woman at the desk what I found. She blinked a few times, then called someone on the radio. The rest of that day moved in a way that didn't quite feel real. A deputy interviewed me while 2 others loaded gear. I pointed out the trail on their map. They didn't ask a lot of questions. The next morning, they called me back. They said the site had been confirmed as a shallow grave. Human remains. They didn't give details. 2 days later, a name came up on the local news. Hannah Kressler, missing since last September, 28 years old, last seen near the trailhead of Monarch Ridge. Her photo was the kind that catches you off guard. She was smiling, holding up a fish she'd caught. I recognized the backdrop. It was Lake Heron, not far from where I usually camp. That meant she knew the area. That meant she'd probably felt as confident out there as I did. The police didn't say much after that, just that they were investigating and thanked the public for tips. But the tone of their update shifted, less hopeful, more procedural. Then a month later, they made an arrest. His name was Carter Dean, a loner. Lived out of a converted van that he moved between trailheads and Forest Service pullouts. No fixed address. What they found in his van wasn't all made public, but enough leaked to paint a picture. Photos, GPS pins, items that had belonged to people who were no longer accounted for. He hadn't known any of them, not personally. They were just out there. Alone. That was the part that stayed with me. Not the grave, not the shoe, not even the way the earth had slumped in on itself, just enough for me to notice. It was the randomness. No pattern, no vendetta, just a stranger choosing other strangers. They eventually linked Carter Dean to at least 3 other disappearances stretching back 5 years. All hikers, all solo, all women, each found or never found miles apart. Different counties, even different states. No one had connected them until then. No one thought to. I kept hiking. Not right away. But after a while, I told myself it was about reclaiming the places I loved, not letting fear fence them off. But something shifted. Now I noticed things I didn't before. Boot prints, tread marks, broken twigs. I check for signal bars before I set off, and I tell someone exactly where I'm going, down to the trailhead and the turnouts I might stop at. I never wear the same route twice in a row, and I carry a small satellite beacon clipped to my pack strap, bright orange, with a single SOS button I hope I never have to use. I think about Hannah when I pass certain spots. I think about how she probably stopped to admire the same view I did, or listen to the same woodpecker drumming on a half-dead birch. I wonder if she ever felt that same gut sense of something off just seconds too late, because that's all it takes out there. 1 second too late. 1 turn too far off the main path. 1 person who shouldn't be there. I got off the bus at the usual spot, corner of 8th and Lavender, about 3 blocks from my apartment. It was just after 7 p.m. Winter made the sky darker earlier, and the air had that sharp bite that seeps through even a thick coat. I remember fumbling with my gloves, trying to slip them on without dropping the paper bag of groceries I'd picked up after work. I saw him across the street. He didn't look unusual. Not dirty, not wild-eyed, just plain. Average height, jeans, dark hoodie, white sneakers. He stood under the amber wash of the streetlight and looked like he was waiting for someone. I didn't think much of it. I had my own routine. I walked the same route home every weekday. He didn't follow right away, or maybe he did, and I just didn't notice until the second block, when I turned down my street and heard the scrape of a shoe behind me. Not close, just there. I glanced back. Same man, still not rushing, still not speaking, just walking, maybe 5 paces behind. I told myself I was being paranoid. I passed by old Mrs. Dorsey's porch and waved, even though she wasn't out. Habit. The man was still behind me. I reached into my coat pocket and felt for my keys. My building was on the corner. 4 floors, built in the 60s with worn brick and a buzzer system that only worked when it wanted to. My apartment was on the 2nd floor, Unit 204, just above the entryway. I didn't turn around again. I went up the steps to the main door and punched a code. 3795. The lock buzzed. I opened it, stepped in, and didn't look back. The door clicked shut behind me. The hallway smelled like old carpet, and whatever someone was cooking on the 3rd floor. My boots squeaked on the linoleum. I took the stairs quickly and didn't feel safe until I was inside. Deadbolt slid across, chain locked. I set the groceries down. 2 apples rolled out onto the counter. I left them, went to the window by the kitchen sink, and lifted the edge of the blind. He was there, standing across the street, looking at the building, still not moving. I turned off the kitchen light and watched from the shadow. A car passed. He didn't flinch, no phone, no smoke, no pacing, just standing. 10 minutes passed, then 15. Finally, he walked off, down the block. Not hurried, but not slow either. Just gone. I should have called someone, the police, maybe. But what would I say? A man looked at my apartment too long. I texted my friend Marla instead, told her something weird had happened but that I was okay. She sent a long string of worried messages. I promised I'd double-check my locks. I made tea, took a long shower, checked every window, every door. Nothing was broken, nothing open. I went to bed. Somewhere in the night, I thought I heard something. It could have been the wind, maybe a neighbor's TV. I live alone, so little sounds always stand out, but this didn't feel like a sound inside the apartment. It was next to it, near the window, a soft creak maybe, a subtle shift of something. I got up, walked through the apartment barefoot, every light off. I peeked out the blinds again. The street was empty. Still, I didn't go back to sleep for hours. The next morning was too bright. Sunlight painted long lines across the floor, and for a second, everything felt normal again. I even laughed a little at myself for being so spooked. I made toast, fed my cat. I remember I was debating whether to wear my brown boots or black ones when someone knocked on the door. It was soft, hesitant. When I opened it, my neighbor Greg was standing there. He looked pale. I was just checking in, he said. You didn't take your paper in, thought it was weird. I blinked. The paper? I hadn't even opened the door since yesterday evening. I'm okay, I said, just a little off today. Greg didn't leave. His eyes moved past me, into the apartment. He asked, did something happen last night? I told him about the man, the one who followed me. I left out how scared I'd been. I tried to sound like it was more curiosity than concern. Greg's face changed. His voice dropped. There's something you should see. I followed him outside. The morning air was thin and cold. We walked around to the back of the building, where the fire escape ran up past the windows. One of my windows. The kitchen one. It was open, not wide, just enough. The latch had been forced. The paint around it chipped. A black scuff mark ran along the sill. I saw it when I was walking my dog, Greg said quietly. Didn't want to freak you out, but figured you should know. I stared at the window. It was maybe 8 feet off the ground, just reachable with the garbage bin pushed beneath. The bin had been moved. I didn't remember opening that window. I knew I hadn't. Inside, nothing looked touched. No drawers rifled. No furniture moved. My wallet was still in my bag. Nothing stolen. But someone had been inside. The police came later, took a report, walked the building, asked me if I had any enemies, if I was seeing someone, if there was anyone who might want to scare me. I mentioned the man, gave the best description I could. They asked about my ex-husband. I told them we hadn't spoken in 2 years. He lived in another state. I gave them his number anyway. They found no prints, no signs beyond the forced latch. Whoever it was had come in, stood there, and left. The lock on that window is still broken. Maintenance hasn't fixed it yet. I don't sleep much now. Every creak sounds louder, every shadow longer, and sometimes when I lie very still, I swear I can hear the window move again. I was already awake when the call went out, pacing the kitchen with the lights off, listening to the refrigerator cycle on and off like a tired animal. It was early morning, that dead hour when the farm settles into itself and even the insects seem to pause. I remember looking at the clock above the sink and seeing 3:30 glowing back at me, and thinking how strange it was that I felt relieved to finally have a time for what I'd been waiting to do. The house I was standing in wasn't the one everyone thinks of when they hear farm. It was a squat, weather-beaten place at the end of a gravel road, surrounded by fields that had gone to seed years earlier. The nearest neighbor was far enough away that you could fire a rifle and no one would come running. That isolation had always been part of the appeal for my parents. They said it was peace. I'd learned to hear it as distance. I stepped out onto the porch to make the call. The air smelled of damp soil and old hay, and a low fog hung over the fields like a held breath. When the dispatcher answered, my voice sounded steadier than I felt. I told them my sister had snapped. I said she'd been acting strange for weeks, hearing things, talking to herself. I said I was afraid she'd hurt someone. I said I was outside the house now and didn't feel safe going back in. The dispatcher asked where everyone else was. I said I didn't know. I said I'd run when I heard the shots. That part was true enough. They told me to stay where I was and keep my hands visible when officers arrived. I hung up and sat on the porch steps. The wood cold through my jeans. I could hear the faint echo of sirens long before they crested the hill, and for a moment I let myself imagine a different version of the morning, one where I'd driven away and never looked back. The first cruiser rolled in just after 4, headlights cutting through the fog. The officers took their time, voices low, hands resting near their holsters. I repeated my story. I pointed at the house and said she was still inside. I told them about her history, about the hospital stays, about the arguments over money that had been getting worse since my father's health declined. I made sure to sound scared. That wasn't hard. They set a perimeter and told me to stay put. More units arrived, a supervisor, someone from the county. They tried calling into the house, loudspeaker crackling, but there was no response. The windows were dark. The farmhouse had a way of absorbing light, of turning itself into a silhouette against the fields. Hours passed like that, the sky lightening inch by inch, the fog thinning. I sat wrapped in a borrowed blanket, watched by an officer who didn't say much. I kept my eyes on the barn, on the way the sun caught the rusted roof, because I couldn't bring myself to look at the house for too long. Every time I did, I saw flashes of the night replaying, the way it always does when you're trying not to remember something. I'd been adopted into that family when I was 8. They told me I was lucky, that I'd been chosen. I learned early that choice came with conditions. My parents valued obedience, tradition, the idea that blood and land were the same thing. I never fit that mold. I pushed back, left as soon as I could, came back only when the money started to matter. My sister had been the opposite. She stayed, cared for our parents, absorbed their expectations until they cracked her. By the time the doctors started using words like episodes, the family was already whispering about what would happen to the farm, to the accounts, to the inheritance. I listened. I always listened. When the police finally went in, it was close to noon. They'd waited hours trying to avoid a confrontation that never came. I wasn't allowed to watch, but I heard the radio traffic change, the clipped tones turning urgent. An officer stepped away and retched in the grass. Another wouldn't meet my eyes. They found my parents first, then my brother, then his wife, then their oldest kid, home from college for the weekend. 5 bodies in all, spread through the house in a way that told a story no one wanted to hear. Gunshot wounds, Close range. No sign of forced entry. They brought me in for questioning that afternoon. I sat in a small room that smelled like disinfectant and stale coffee, hands folded on the table, and answered everything they asked. I told them about the gun cabinet. I told them about my sister's temper, her breakdowns, the way she'd talked about voices telling her what to do. I told them I'd tried to help her, that I loved her despite everything. They nodded, took notes, asked me to repeat things. They asked why I'd been at the house so late. I said I'd come to check on my parents. They asked why my sister wasn't answering her phone. I said she'd been unpredictable lately. They asked where she was now. I said I didn't know. That was the first crack. They'd searched the property. There was no sign of her. No footprints leading into the fields. No car missing. Just the house and me, sitting outside when they arrived. The next day, they asked me to walk them through the timeline again. Small details changed when I spoke them out loud. I caught myself correcting things I hadn't said wrong the first time. An officer with tired eyes asked me why my clothes were clean if I'd run through the yard in the dark. Another asked why my phone showed activity after the time I claimed to have fled. I told them stress does strange things to memory. I told them I'd wiped my phone without thinking. I told them I was adopted, that I'd always been treated differently, that maybe they were projecting their suspicions because I didn't belong. They let me go again. For a while, the house became a crime scene. Yellow tape fluttered in the breeze like a warning flag. The farm was quiet in a way that felt staged, like a set after the actors have left. I drove past once, slow, just to see it in daylight. The windows reflected the sky. You couldn't tell what had happened inside. People talked, in a place that small they always do. They said my sister had finally gone too far. They said mental illness ran in families, even adopted ones, as if rebellion were contagious. They said it was a tragedy, that no one could have seen it coming. The police kept working. They found the gun buried near the tree line, wrapped in a tarp that still smelled of oil. They found traces on my boots I couldn't explain away. They found that the will had been changed recently, my name added in a way that made the inheritance dispute less theoretical. When they came back for me, it was early again. The same hour, different light. I watched their headlights approach from my apartment window and felt that strange relief all over again. This time, I didn't sit on the porch. In the end, there was no dramatic confession, no moment where everything snapped into focus. Just a slow accumulation of facts, objective and heavy, until the story I'd told couldn't carry them anymore. They never did find my sister. Officially, her fate remains unknown, a question mark at the edge of the report. Sometimes when I think about that morning, I still hear the quiet before the sirens, the way the fog held the fields in place. I remember how easy it was to point at someone else's history and let it do the work for me. I remember sitting outside the house, hands visible, waiting to be seen, and wondering if anyone would ever look closely enough to notice what was missing. I was 12 years old when Mia vanished. We lived 2 blocks apart and walked to school along the same stretch of suburban pavement every afternoon. The neighborhood felt safe then. Orderly houses with trimmed hedges, cracked sidewalks that hadn't been replaced in years, and the occasional sprinkler misting the air with the sharp smell of wet concrete. It was a Wednesday, mid-afternoon, not too hot but bright enough that everything seemed to shimmer a little in the sunlight. I remember because my mom had let me stay home with a sore throat that ended up feeling more like a skipped day than an illness. So instead of walking to school, I sat by the front window, staring down the block, watching kids drift by in clumps. Mia passed around 3:05 p.m. She had her backpack slung low, dragging one of the straps with her thumb the way she always did. She didn't see me in the window. I waved anyway. She wore a denim jacket with cartoon patches she'd sewn on herself. Frogs, stars, little yellow cat. I looked away for just a second. When I glanced back, she was gone. Not just farther down the block. Gone? It wasn't until dinner that I heard something might be wrong. My mom got a phone call. She frowned, thanked whoever it was and hung up, then asked me if I'd seen Mia that day. I told her I had. She pressed for details more than I was used to, then pulled out the phone again. By dusk, police were at Mia's house. I watched from across the street with a knot in my stomach. Flashlights scanned her front yard, and officers knocked on doors in both directions. When they reached ours, I answered their questions, feeling important and frightened at the same time. I told them about seeing her at 305, about the jacket, the dragging strap, the exact direction she'd walked. Later, I learned a neighbor 2 blocks over had seen her too. Not walking, standing by the curb near a turquoise car that didn't belong to anyone nearby. A man sat behind the wheel. The neighbor didn't see her get in, just that she was talking to him, and then she wasn't there anymore. That detail, the turquoise car spread fast, but it didn't lead anywhere. They searched the woods behind the park, the abandoned storage units by the old rail line, even drained a retention pond near the highway. Nothing. Mia was just gone. For weeks, her parents kept a light on in the window and a pair of shoes by the door, the one she wore to church. School went on, but the air in the halls felt thinner. Her locker stayed untouched. I passed it every day. I stopped waving to people in windows. Years slid by. The flyers disappeared. The hotline shut down. Other stories took over, but her name stuck with me like a splinter under the skin. I didn't forget. None of us did. Then, 3 decades later, I got a call. Not from the police. Those calls went to Mia's parents. But I was listed as a witness, one of the few. The investigator introduced herself in clipped tones, said they were reopening the case. Something about new forensic techniques, though she didn't get into it much. She just asked if I remembered the day. I said I did. She thanked me and hung up. 2 months passed before the news broke. They'd identified the man who drove the turquoise car. He was dead now, died in 2003 of a heart attack in another state. But they had a name, an address, and somehow DNA. A piece of fabric from Mia's backpack, stored all those years, had microscopic traces of biological material. Too little for old methods, but not for the new ones. Genetic genealogy. They didn't explain it much on the news, but I understood the outline. They took the DNA from the evidence, compared it with profiles in public genealogy databases, and traced it up and sideways through family trees until they found a match. Not to him directly, but to a relative, a distant cousin. From there, they worked backward. The man had a criminal history, nothing serious enough to keep tabs on, but enough to raise flags once they had a name. He lived 1 town over back then, owned a beat-up station wagon. Turquoise. Mia's remains were never found. They found objects, though, in his garage packed away in a sealed trunk. A small earring, a plastic hair clip shaped like a dolphin, the edge of a notebook page with part of a name written in glitter pen. Her name. It wasn't enough for charges. He was gone anyway, but it was enough to end the silence. The part that stuck with me most came from a detail buried in an article weeks later. The man had been married at the time, divorced soon after. No children, no serious accusations, but someone, somewhere, had uploaded their family tree to a public site to find out more about their heritage. A cousin of his. That decision cracked open everything. I sometimes wonder if they know, if they ever realized their uploaded DNA map drew a line back to a child who disappeared in daylight, just blocks from my front door. Mia would have been in her 40s now. I try not to think about what she missed. Graduations, first loves, bad jobs, good days. But I do think about how she disappeared. How we all let the years pile up between us. And the moment she was last seen, it wasn't a scream or a struggle. Just a girl in a jacket waving at no one, talking to someone in a turquoise car. And then... the smoke was the first thing I noticed. Thin at first, it curled up past the fence like steam from a tea kettle. But the scent was wrong. Not wood, not paper, something sharper. Synthetic. It was around 9 a.m., clear skies, the kind of day that should have smelled like car exhaust and old coffee. I was 2 doors down, double-checking evidence on a prior burglary when I caught the plume drifting east. I didn't go over right away. I'd been on edge around that address for months. The reports weren't consistent. Noise complaints, a few anonymous welfare checks, but the tenants were always gone when patrol arrived. Neighbors said the guy was paranoid about people snooping, worked night shifts, came home twitchy. The girl, maybe mid-20s, hadn't been seen out in a week. Last anyone heard, she'd been looking for a way out. I waited until noon before I approached. The smoke had thinned by then, mostly dissipated. From the alley behind the building, I caught a glimpse of the backyard through the slats of the wooden fence. A trash can lid leaned off to one side, and next to it, a blackened patch of dirt smoldered faintly, ringed by stones like a makeshift fire pit. The grass around it was scorched. That wasn't how tenants disposed of garbage here. City code didn't even allow open flames without a permit. I snapped a photo and logged the time, unsure if it was anything. Then I walked away. 2 days later, I was assigned to the incident. It started with a report from Public Works. Drainage maintenance. A crew unsealed one of the storm grates along the service corridor that ran behind the rental block. They were supposed to clean out seasonal debris, leaves, trash, runoff grit, but found a heavy plastic package lodged deeper in the culvert. The outer layer was contractor-grade polyethylene sheeting, wrapped tight with duct tape. Water had started to seep in around the folds, bloating the shape. One of the workers said he smelled something off. Sweet, metallic. They called it in. I was first on the scene. I had to crawl partially into the tunnel to confirm it. I remember the feeling of the wet concrete pressing into my knees, the air dense with mildew and something else. Not fresh death. Not yet. Just wrong. When we got it open, the internal heat had preserved enough of the remains to identify human. Female. Dental confirmed what we already suspected. It was her, the girl from the apartment, inside the unit. Her name was still on the lease. Clothes in the drawers, journals under the mattress. Her phone was gone. No signs of a break-in. The front room had a broken lamp base shattered, cord split like it had been yanked sideways, but no signs of forced entry or ransacking. Just enough mess to suggest a fight or a clumsy cleanup. Her boyfriend, common-law husband, really, was gone. It was his neighbor who came forward first. She didn't want to speak on record, but she gave me the audio. She'd started recording arguments months earlier. Said she was scared to call the police too often. Thought it might make things worse. That week, she'd heard them fighting late into the night, screaming. Something heavy fell, then a sound she described only as wet. The audio picked up a single sharp cry, abruptly cut off. Then silence. 23 minutes of silence, followed by the sound of a sliding glass door and footsteps in the grass. He didn't run right away. That's what still gets me. He stayed in the apartment for another full day. The autopsy put time of death at roughly 1 a.m., but the fire in the yard hadn't started until nearly 10 the next morning. He tried to burn her there. I think he panicked when it didn't work fast enough. We found charred bone fragments in the pit, not enough to account for a full skeleton. He must have realized the body wouldn't reduce cleanly, not with the tools he had. That's when he made the shift to concealment, wrapped the rest in plastic, hauled it through the alley in the early hours when the city's still asleep, and shoved it into the storm system, probably thinking the next rain would carry it out. But it hadn't rained that week. The storm drains had been dry. I kept running the scenario through my head. He wasn't a forensic mind, but he knew enough to avoid cameras. The building's rear lot was partially covered by an old surveillance rig, but the feed had gone dead 2 weeks prior, wiring chewed through by rats. No footage, no witnesses outside the audio, no fingerprints on the wrap. He wore gloves. His phone pinged once on the edge of town. 2 days later, then went dark. That's when her mother showed up. She hadn't been informed yet. Claimed she'd driven in because her daughter had stopped responding to texts. She knew something was wrong. The girl had sent her a message earlier that month, vague but pleading, something about money going missing, a feeling of being watched even in her sleep, like he was reading her journal. She didn't say he hit me, but she didn't need to. I let her sit with the journals. She pointed to passages underlined in red ink, descriptions of being locked out of her own accounts. One entry detailed a morning where she woke up with bruises she couldn't remember getting, and he'd told her she'd fallen in the shower. She hadn't been wet. We issued a statewide alert, then federal. He'd taken cash from a joint account just under the limit for immediate fraud flagging. Enough to run, not enough to draw attention. His car was later found abandoned near a long-haul truck stop, wiped clean. I stayed on the case for months. I re-interviewed everyone who lived within 300 feet of the unit, dug through dumpsters for receipts, checked traffic cams at every major intersection in and out of the city. Sometimes I still replay the moment I saw the smoke. If I'd acted faster, if I'd trusted the unease I felt standing by that fence, if I'd pushed for a welfare check myself instead of assuming patrol would find nothing, I could have. No. That way leads to rot. The hardest part was listening to that audio again. Months later, trying to parse the background noise. There was no screaming after the cry, no pleading, no running footsteps, just dragging he moved her after. I believe he was watching from the window when the neighbor recorded it. That's why he waited. That's why the fire came later. He was calculating the noise risk, the time it would take for smoke to be visible from the street. Even now, I remember the way the burn ring looked. Not like a campfire, more clinical, too deliberate, stones laid out with careful spacing, a slight depression in the dirt where the heat had sunk in. I remember the lid of the trash can, warped and blistered on one side from the heat. The faint print of a boot in the scorched grass. We never found the rest of her. Municipal crews cleaned the drain. His name stayed in the system. Red flagged. The case file remains open, technically, but cold. She was 24. Wanted to study veterinary medicine. Had a dog back home her mother was caring for. Used to collect pressed flowers between the pages of her notebooks. All of that's in the file now. Evidence. Sometimes I visit the alley behind the apartment. The fence is still there. Someone new rents the unit. They keep the yard clear. No one has used the fire pit since. I was washing a mug at the sink when the phone rang, the ceramic clicking against steel. My aunt's house quiet in that late hour the way suburban places get when the last porch light goes out. The call lit up the counter and stayed there, buzzing against the laminate, and I remember thinking it was too late for anyone who knew us to be calling. I dried my hands, reached for it, and in that moment nothing had happened yet. Not in the way it would soon be said to have already happened. The neighborhood was still intact. The night was still ordinary. By the time the sun came up, 5 people were gone. My aunt and uncle ran a small manufacturing business that had grown without flash and without debt. They employed people from church, from Little League, from the high school they both attended. Their house sat on a cul-de-sac where everyone waved. If you stood on the sidewalk, you could see into most living rooms because nobody bothered with curtains. There was trust baked into the place. Keys were duplicated for neighbors who fed pets when you traveled, for relatives who might need to check the mail. It seemed like a kindness. It was how they lived. I was staying with them because my apartment lease had ended early, and my own plans were in flux. I slept in the guest room above the garage. The door that led down always locked because the opener was old and temperamental. That night I went to bed with a book open on my chest, the house settling, the refrigerator clicking on and off. Somewhere around 3, I woke to the sound of the garage door humming, the motor struggling, then stopping. I remember thinking it was odd, and then, because nothing had ever gone wrong in that house, letting the thought pass. I didn't hear anything else. No voices. No argument. The rooms where my aunt and uncle slept were at the far end of the hall on the ground floor. My cousins were grown and out of the house. My grandmother had moved in after my grandfather died and took the small bedroom near the laundry. My uncle's brother, Thomas, had been sleeping on the couch that week between jobs and places, passing through. 5 people in their beds, or close enough. I was the 6th under that roof, separated by a locked door and a flight of stairs. Morning came thin and gray, the way it does in late fall. I woke late, disoriented, and the first thing I noticed was how quiet the house was. No coffee grinder, no radio. I patted down the stairs and the smell hit me first, metallic and wrong, mixed with the sweetness of spilled soda. I won't describe what I saw in detail, because it isn't necessary and it isn't fair to them. What matters is that they had been struck while they slept, struck hard enough that there was no time for fear, struck with something heavy that left no doubt about intent. Beds were where they had been found. The couch, too. I backed out, my heels slipping on the bottom step, my breath loud in my ears. I called the police from the driveway because my phone was in my hand, and the house was suddenly not a place I could be in. The operator asked me to stay where I was. I sat on the curb and watched the sun clear the roofs across the street. Neighbors came out in robes and pajamas and stood at a distance, hands over mouths, eyes wide. Sirens arrived, then more sirens, then tape. The story that followed took months to assemble and years to accept. In the first days, it was just a list of facts repeated to me by different voices. A duplicate key had been used. There were no signs of forced entry. The time frame was late night into early morning. A heavy, blunt tool had been used. The house had been searched afterward, not thoroughly, but enough to suggest someone looking for papers, for something portable. The business safe was unopened. A laptop was gone. Thomas was missing. That was the first thing everyone said, and the last thing anyone wanted to say. He was my uncle's younger brother, always chasing the next thing, always behind on bills. He had worked at the business once, briefly, and left under a cloud that was never fully explained to me. There had been arguments about money, about ownership, about promises made and forgotten. Envy is a word that gets used later, in courtrooms and summaries, but at the time it felt too small. He had eaten dinner with us 2 nights before. He had laughed at the dog's insistence on sitting in his lap. He had hugged my aunt when she handed him a plate. The police sealed the house. I gave a statement in a borrowed coat, my words recorded and played back to me until they felt like someone else's. I told them about the garage door, about the key. I told them who had copies. It was a short list. The officers were careful, kind, relentless. They did not promise answers. They promised work. Funerals came and went in a blur of casseroles and handshakes. The business closed its doors temporarily. Employees gathered in the parking lot and cried. The community showed up the way communities do, with flowers and food and stories. Trust was still there, bruised but stubborn. People wanted to believe this had been a random intrusion, a nightmare that fell out of the sky and could be blamed on the dark eye. Evidence does not care what people want. The tool was never found, but the pattern of injuries told its own story. The lack of forced entry narrowed the field. Cameras on nearby streets caught a car leaving the cul-de-sac before dawn. It was a common model, an unhelpful color. There were cell phone pings, partial and imperfect. There were bank records showing pressure, debt stacking up, a business plan scribbled and revised that depended on money. My aunt and uncle had refused to lend. There was a will that left the business intact, not divided, not for sale. Weeks later, Thomas was found in another state, sleeping in his car behind a warehouse. He had shaved his beard. He had a new jacket. He said he had left early to look for work. He said he hadn't taken anything that wasn't his. He said a lot of things. They brought him back. The investigation stretched on, and in that stretch my life narrowed to waiting. I went back to my apartment to work, to the routines that were supposed to anchor me. Nothing fit. I jumped at sounds. I slept with the lights on. The idea that someone could walk into a home with a key and turn kindness into a weapon lodged itself in me and would not move. DNA takes time. It waits in corners and fibers and undernails until someone thinks to look. When the results came back, they were explained to me slowly, as if I were a child. There were traces on the couch, on the stair rail, on the edge of a nightstand. Not enough to be obvious at first, enough to be undeniable later. The case turned from a cloud of grief to a line drawn on paper. The trail was public and procedural and exhausting. I sat behind the prosecution and learned how facts are introduced and how doubt is cultivated. I learned how a person can look smaller in a suit and how silence can be made to sound like an answer. They talked about money without talking about love. They talked about opportunity without talking about betrayal. They talked about a heavy object without naming it. They talked about timing and access, and the way resentment can calcify when it has nowhere to go. I testified once, briefly. I described the garage door. I described the key. I did not look at Thomas. I could feel him in the room the way you feel a storm on the horizon. When the verdict came back, it was read in a flat voice that did not rise to meet the weight of it. Guilty. Life without parole. Afterward, the house was sold. The cul-de-sac changed hands. families moving in who had heard something had happened there but not what. Curtains appeared, locks were changed. The business reopened under new management. The name the same, the spirit altered. People still waved, but they checked first to see who was watching. I keep one thing from that time, a spare key I found in a drawer when I was packing my aunt's things. It's a small ordinary object, smooth from use. I don't carry it. I don't know why I keep it. Maybe to remind myself that trust is a choice you make every day, and that choices have consequences that ripple outward long after the moment passes. The mug I was washing shattered when I dropped it after the call, and I never replaced it. I drink my coffee now from a plain cup with no chips, no history, and I listen at night for the sound of a door humming when it shouldn't. Sometimes I think about the way the house looked before the tape went up, the way the morning light fell on the siding, the way everything seemed intact from the outside. It's a lesson that doesn't fade, that what opens a door can also close a life, and that the space between those two things can be as small as the turn of a key